to promote and is willing to promote. So yes, I stalk them as well. So that being said, make sure that you promote your event. Make sure through with promotion, you do things like buying ads and things like that in order to do that. Now that's a whole promoting is a whole different thing, and I can go on and on with that as well. But that being said, these are just some of the things that I teach people at all times to do when creating their own event. If you would like to work with me further, you can go to kerncherry.com or coachkern.com. Either way, you can reach me there and set up a discovery call. You can also join me as we continue this conversation, part of this conversation, during one of my visibility masterminds. And if you're interested in that, again, go to kerncherry.com and let us know that you would like to participate and you heard it here during this conference. Again, you can go to kerncherry.com to connect with me. You can find me on pretty much any social media stages right now. My favorite right now has outdone the other favorite. LinkedIn has always been my favorite site, but now there's Clubhouse. And so I tell people, Kern Cherry on Clubhouse, Kern Cherry on LinkedIn. You can go to Facebook and join me there. And I'm always looking for speakers as I have several conferences coming up. So you can also go to timetolevelup.com if you like to speak, powerupsummit.com, and of course, Success Women's Conference. So you can go as well if you like to speak there as well. In addition to that, again, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter. I'm even on TikTok and Instagram and all those other places as well. I'm Kern Cherry, your butts in the seat queen, talking on how to create a profitable event.
What up, what up, what up, though? What up, what up, what up, though? What up? I am Glendora. Inviter. I love to say what up, though. I think it's because I'm from Detroit. What up, though? But yes, I'm serious about what I do and I have a passion for it. It's all about mental health. What? Mental health. That's right. Mental health. What is that? That is the platform that we use as clinicians to service clients since COVID-19. But just know that I have been using telemental health since 2014. Providing services virtually since 2014. I have had my own brick and mortar since 2010. But I just knew telemental health was another way that I could service more people, especially when it was traveling really far to see me. So now that COVID has hit, I have said, let me be what I needed. What I needed when I first started, I needed somebody that I preferred that was African American that was going to be there to turn around and help me understand what I was doing as an entrepreneur, as a professional, licensed professional counselor in business. I couldn't find nobody, you all. So I decided, and I always ask my God, if you ever get me to the position where I can turn around and be of help and help somebody like I need it, let me be that person. So here I am all day long, you guys. I am Glendora Divine. I am a licensed professional counselor. I am board certified in mental health, and I am giving back to each clinician that allowed me to serve and pour into you. What am I giving you? An opportunity to really understand how to build, scale, and grow in telemental health. That's right, build, scale, and grow in telemental health. Now, what do I mean when I say build? Because a lot of you guys already have your private practice, which is a great thing, or your group practice. But what I want to do is help you infuse it. So I want to bring to you common things or things that you should know that's related to telemental health that you can use to infuse your business, make it better than what it is, or just upgrade it just a little bit, baby, just a little bit. Yes, that's what I want to do. And again, since I've been doing this since 2014, I might know something to really help you, right? Now, when I talk about scaling, I'm all about the things that we as clinicians have to adhere to. So that's our ethics, that's the state rules, and that's the federal rules. Now, in telemental health, we didn't learn that stuff. We didn't learn that stuff in school. So as an entrepreneur, this is something that you have to learn, right? Especially if you're going to perform the services of telemental health. So what I try and do is make sure that you are able to get CEs in telemental health. Why? Because I provide them. My CEs have been approved by the National Board of Certified Counselors, so NBCC, as well as the Licensed Professional Counselor Association in Georgia. Yeah, there too. So I am able to give you CEs to help you understand really the fundamentals of telemental health and scale your practice. Understand the laws and the regulations. Yes. Now, the final part is the growth. Yes, build, scale, and grow in telemental health. So, how do I help you grow in telemental health? I help you brand yourself as a clinician. Yeah, I help you market your business. Again, something else that we was not taught in school. And as we start to come out here and do what we do to serve the clients, no one teaches how to actually market ourselves as clinicians. I've been doing this since 2010. So I'm very visible in my community. I get called on by a lot of power players in my community to do speaking engagements as well to just show up and be a part of their community events. So I want to show you how to actually become visible in your community because that's what helps you actually make your business a six-figure income or seven. It's not just seeing clients alone. So with that misconception of you just got to see these clients and get on these insurance panels, I want you to do more than that. I want you to be a hybrid company, not just seeing clients that's on insurance panels, but I really want you to have self-pay clients. Yes, because when you have self-pay clients, that's when you're really working for yourself. As long as you keep jumping on all these insurance panels, you're really working for them. So you went into business to work for yourself, to be a private practice. So I don't want you to fill your schedule up with insurance or EAP. No, I want you to understand how to market yourself so you can get what you want when it comes to financial income and your private practice. So I want you to grow it. I want to show you how to grow it. Yes, I'm telling you, I know what I'm doing because I've been doing it since 2010 and I've been doing telemental health since 2014. Not working for anybody else, just me. 2014, doing telemental health and doing private practice since 2010. And I really want to show you how. So if you are a mental health clinician, then yes, I'm talking to you. If you are a mental health clinician, yes, I am talking to you. I want to help you build, scale, and grow in telemental health. Now, you won't be working like a worker bee if you're working with me because I'm going to help you schedule like a boss. That's right, schedule like a boss. This is all about you building, scaling, and growing in telemental health. I want you to understand the tools that you're going to need in order to start off. And if you already started off, I'm going to help you infuse the tools that you already have. If you're working with anybody related to software, I want to make sure that they understand that you need in your business a BAA. And if you don't know what a BAA is, get with me so I can teach you and make sure that you have it and you can cover yourself in your business. Set it up the right way. Yes, I also want to make sure that you know the latest codes or the latest state regulations related to telemental health because we've been in a constant change since COVID-19. So a lot of things have been changing and improving for us to actually provide the service. And I want to make sure that you stay up on it so your practice is in the exact standards that it needs to be if HIPAA ever steps up into your office or call on you and say, hey, come see me. I want to see what you've been doing to protect the public's information. You'll be on point, right? Also, we're going to show you how to do credentialing. Now, yeah, I want you to have a hybrid company, some insurances, some self-pay. The whole reason why is because we always want to add value to your practice. We just don't want you to become working a worker for insurance companies. We want you to stay in the self-pay realm, but you still want to know every aspect and how to actually grow your practice. So I'm going to teach you how to get credentialed, also how to do the billing. But my favorite part of it is all about growing. It's that growing. Yes, that marketing, that branding. I am so serious about you being visible in your community. I am so serious about you being confident in your business. And I am so serious about you being competent in telemental health. Yes. So that's what I have for you, and that's what I want to offer you. My name is Glendora Devine. Glendora Devine, licensed professional counselor, board certified telemental health provider. I love to work with two types of people: someone who's trying to get to something, or somebody who's trying to get through something. So if that is not you, then you tell me. You tell me. Who do you know? Yes.
When a man loves is something that will take you to a fulfilled life. The New York Times shared an article recently that said, in every man's heart, there is a list of men he's loved but never found the words to tell them. The sad news is, this is true. As a young man growing up in the island of Jamaica, from a small community called Almontown, in those days when I was actually growing up and having fun, there were just a couple of things that we did as young people. Played soccer, listened to music, or we hanged out on the street corners and listened to some of those life lessons that you'll never get anywhere else. But when it comes to music, Jamaica is known for creating some awesome reggae music, which some of you guys are familiar with. Bob Marley, No Woman No Cry, and so many more that he sung. But in my experience, when we talk about inner city music and when we talk about connecting to those lifestyles, there's another part of the music in our culture which is called dancehall. And as a young man growing up, you want to go to all the dancehall parties, and trust me, you don't want to miss them. The reason you don't want to miss them is those specific parties became conversations the next morning on the street corners. So you want to be involved in those conversations to be able to speak to the fact that you were present at that party. So I would sneak out the house late at night. Sometimes I would actually put my dad's shirt on. Sometimes I'll actually take his jewelry out and I'll get dressed to go to these street parties, my best friend and I. It so happens that in this particular culture, while you're there, our music is also connected and accompanied with dance moves, just like we do today. You have the vocal dance that you can get connected to and so many other, which is fast forward to today. I share this to say that one of the things that I discovered is if you do not have a strong leadership in your life with some sound guidance, those very same music and the lessons on the street corners will become your lifestyle. Let me share with you an example. There is a dancehall artist from Jamaica by the name of Dr. Beanie Man, who sang a song that went like this. Someone feel, enough gal and gal in a bungle, gal from Rima, gal from jungle, and enough gal and none of them no fi grumble. All of me youth know to take me example, and enough gal and gal in a bungle. And that song, what he was saying was, as a man, it is okay to have many women. As a man, it is okay to have multiple children in different households. And you can have them in all these particular community that he listed, which to me, that's right in my backyard. They were blocks away, they were a throne's throw away, So I connected to that song. And guess what? It became my lifestyle. It became a thing where I believed in the fact that if I only had one woman in my life, I wasn't comfortable. Matter of fact, I'll get talked about from my friends if that was the case. And then later on in life, when I started to research and do further things, I come to discover that, is this the way how we really should go? See, years later, I migrated to the United States and I had the opportunity working for a large mobile company, and they sent me to the Philippines to do training. I love to train and teach. And I was sent to a small community in the Philippines called the Iloilo, full of poverty, but they were strong in family values. And while I was there, they kept telling us, from the hotel to the site and back, don't go anywhere else. And as a young man from the inner cities of Jamaica who is familiar with poverty and understand family values, I decided I need to see a little bit more of this Iloilo. So as I created a relationship with some of those guys who were in the classroom that I taught, they invited me to a club. And I decided to go. I needed to get out of this hotel. So I went to the club, and there we were, again, music. So after a couple of drinks, and we started to get comfortable, things started to change where everyone started to get on the dance floor. And what happened to me next blew my mind. One of the classmates walked up and started to dance with me. And where I'm from, that's not the norm. So my immediate reaction is to push the individual away, which almost led into a fight. Someone had to step into the club and say, hey, no, Pete is not from here. He doesn't understand. And they pardoned me, and I stood back and watched those guys express, share, and showed love to each other in that club. They were dancing and holding each other's hand. They were hugging each other as they actually walked to the car after the club was done. And I said to myself, why am I taught differently? Or why is this not the norm for me? And I did some research and did some studies. And I've come to find out that something happened to us earlier on in slavery days as men. And we have taken this particular behavior and we have taken it time and time throughout generations, taught down to our sons. Now, I'm about to share something that you're familiar with, but you may not know the name. So it's called buck breaking / bucking. And this is where on the plantations, the slave masters would take individuals like myself who are leaders, outspoken, and we want to see rights and justice. And they would take us and they would put us in front of the entire plantation and they would rape us. That act was to take away our manhood, belittle us, and also strip us from our leadership. And because of that, the men in our culture has stopped communicating, stopped sharing emotions, and felt as if that the way how they knew how to relate to their wives and children and brothers was taken away. And like I said, this has been brought down generation to generation to generation. And I've come to understand that this is something that we can change. With further studies and research, I've also taken a path to come to understand that when you truly identify the greatest thing that can happen in your life, then you can actually make that move. I flew back from the Philippines and I was excited. I found something new. I wanted to share this thing with all my friends and family. But the behavior style that I picked up as a young man didn't change. Still had the multiple women. Still felt that this was the way to go. Until one day, I decided to go home for lunch to enjoy some overnight rice and peas and oxtail. This was the beginning of the week. And trust me, if you've never had some overnight oxtail and rice and peas, I want to introduce you to that. It was 10 minutes to lunch and I was just ready to go. That 10 minutes couldn't come any faster. And when it was noon, I jumped into my car, cranked my music up, and on my way home for my leftover rice and peas and oxtail. I lived about 7 minutes away from home, so to go home for lunch was the norm. As I pulled into my driveway, I saw a U-Haul truck. I wasn't aware of anyone moving, but my neighbors and I had a good relationship. So I felt, oh, it's probably my neighbor using the driveway just to probably move something. So I'm back on the mindset of getting this overnight rice and peas and oxtail. And I come out the car and I am heading to the front door to get this lunch. As I get closer to the front door, I realize that my front door is open. And immediately, in shock, I stop and wonder, am I being burglarized? So I went around the back of the house where we had a sliding door that was transparent that I could see directly in the house. And as I looked, to my astonishment, I saw two men moving my bedroom set from upstairs to downstairs as if they're taking it out the house. Now, what was strange was these guys were not acting like thieves. They were not in a rush. They were having a casual conversation. So now, to my astonishment, I want to know what is going on. I'm curious. So I'm racing to the front of the house to find out what's happening. And when I enter, 3 minutes later, I discovered my wife at the time is moving out without my knowledge. I had no clue of her moving. And if I didn't go home on lunch that day, I would have gone home after work to an empty bedroom set and an empty, I would say, half a living room. And at that moment, I stopped and I said to myself, Pete, you're climbing the professional ladder. You're doing it well. You're leading and inspiring those that you lead at the office. But personally, I was failing, wasn't communicating right, not doing it right. And I stood like this and said, God didn't create me to walk in balance. God created us to walk at balance. And I made one of the best decisions ever in my life at that moment. And that was to seek therapy. In therapy, I learned some awesome things about myself. I knew about them a little bit, but I was able to now pinpoint how I can use them effectively. In therapy, I discovered who Pete was and how I actually related to individuals. In therapy, I discovered how I enhance those that I'm around. In therapy, I was able to dissect and figure out those who saw me as admirable and those who admired me. Huge difference that I was able to identify whenever I'm interacting with those individuals. I took that and put all of that learning and study that I've done in an international best-selling book called When a Man Loves, a lifestyle and leadership most men will never experience. That subtitle is very important to me. The reason for that is my father passed away when I was at the age of 21. And when he did, I can tell you guys, he's never told me he loved me. He's never hugged me. And my brother and mom was at their side. And when I asked them to this day, they can't recall him doing the same. So when a man loves is when a man takes that next step to being totally transparent, communicating at the highest level, being loyal, honest, and trustworthy. And with all of that comprised, one of the things I understood within our community is when it comes to love, we're not being taught. We're taught everything else in life, what to do. Even if you were the CEO of an organization and you get hired, you're taught what the actual environment, atmosphere, and culture of the organization is. And as the chain of commands go down, the training is different. But there is some training. But when it comes to you selecting the individual you want to spend the rest of your life with, when it comes to that person you want to unwind with when the lights are cut off, no one teaches us how to select that individual. But not to worry, it is all in my book, When a Man Loves. I break down the must, should, could model, which helps you to identify that individual personally and professionally when we talk about mentors and accountability partners. It's a standard that gives you the opportunity to look at things that this person must come with, they should come with, and could come with. Let me give you an example. When I was making my must, should, could model and putting my attributes of my wife together, in my must column, what I had was this person had to be God-fearing. Now, I didn't say that they had to come speaking in tongues, but they had to be God-fearing. This person also in my must column had to be family-oriented, which means that when it comes to holidays, Christmas, Easter, I want friends and family over, or I'm going to a friend and family house rather than we're buying gifts. Because that quality time, I can't pick up in a grocery store or in a mall. That was a few attributes in my must column. In my should column, I had the opportunity to actually lay out some attributes that the individual should come with, but this particular individual has to have an open mind to learn. I'll give you an example. I love to cook. As a young boy growing up in Jamaica, one of the ways to survive was actually cooking from the earth. So we would take fruits and vegetables and we would cook and eat. And that way we're able to share amongst ourselves and stretch the food a little bit longer. So I know how to cook. So this individual didn't have to come in my life knowing how to cook, but had to have an open mind, willing to learn how to cook. And that's where the quality time comes in the kitchen that I would teach. And in my could column, this is the column where it doesn't matter because I'm strong in that area. And I'll give you an example. I love to clean up behind myself, picking up these things, moving them around. So if this individual didn't come with that specific character or behavior, we would then spend some time together, again, quality time, communication, and talking about how that person can help me to keep our environment or space on our home clean. When I put that list together, oh my gosh, I was able to identify and pinpoint characters and behaviors within the individuals. There were times I didn't even give out my number because I knew it just didn't make sense. So I want to tell you, When a Man Loves will give you the opportunity to get yourself in a position that you live a fulfilled life, personally, professionally, and in all other areas that you can think of, that you'll be able to say, I have discovered my passion, my dream, my love that will have a total impact on those that surround you. Make sure you get a copy, take the opportunity to do so, and please move to that next level.
Hello, my name is Juanita Hines. I'm a career optimization consultant, and I'm excited to be at the Iconics BlackCEO event today. And I wanted to share a message with you. So, which first and foremost starts with the fact that a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend my nephew's football game. And it was one of the first times that I've ever really actually paid attention to the sidelines. And while I was at the game, I noticed that there were two different types of players. There was one who sat on the bench, who laughed and joked around, and their emotions were guided based on what was going on within the game. And then there was another who kept their helmet on, who stayed prepared, and they were within an earshot of the coach, waiting eagerly for the coach to call their name. Now, far too often, most of us in our careers are that first player. We're that one that laughs and jokes around and that waits for things to happen. We don't strategically navigate our careers. We kind of fall into our careers and let things happen to us. We allow the promotions to happen. And then when they happen, we're excited and we allow them to guide us where we go within our careers. But I implore you to be more strategic in navigating your career so you can determine where you'll go. So I'll start with my first point, which is be strategic. And in order to do so, you've got to set goals that are strategic. Set SMART goals, set those goals that are measurable, set those goals that are attainable, that you can track, because if you can't track it, you can't track you can't measure your progress, and you can't see where you need to go and how far you need to go based on where you are currently. So start implementing processes and procedures that will allow you to manage and track your goals and achieve those things that you desire to do. Secondly, invest in yourself, because when the opportunities arise, you want to be prepared. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to my friends or different people in my circle and network and have talked to some of them and they said, hey girl, oh, those are some bad shoes. Oh, they were $300 or $400 shoes. Oh, nice. And bad purse too, girl. Oh yeah, this was a $500 purse. Nice. Well, how about that conference that we were talking about last week? Ooh, no, I can't afford to go to there. Well, the conference is about $300 or $400. Well, that's work. Well, guess what? It's up to you to invest in your career. It's up to you to invest in yourself. Oftentimes we'll spend money where it doesn't matter. And as African Americans, we wonder why other people are so far ahead of us, because they realize the value of networking, because either you're networking or you're not working. And it's important that you actually put yourself, whether you're a business owner and manage your own business, or if you're in corporate America, because you've got a network either way, whether it's internal or external networking. Then be prepared when the opportunities come. I would actually like to give a shout out to the Washington football team. Congratulations on a season well done. Well, on a season ending well done. And most will probably look at me and say, well, what are you talking about? They actually went to the playoffs and they lost their first game. Well, the quarterback, as most football fans can tell you, came seemingly out of nowhere. Taylor Heineke was actually the starting quarterback in the final game. And most may say, well, why is that even important? Because prior to December 8th, Taylor Heineke had been out of football for over 2 years. And when he was in it from 2015 to 2018, he bounced around several teams over their 3-year span. And the last 2 years, he'd been out of football. He had signed in the CFL, but it ended up getting canceled. And so he'd actually been out of football, and he was attending classes online studying engineering at Old Dominion University, until he received a call on December 8th and said, can you sign to the practice squad for the Washington football team? At which time he was on the practice squad. But then he was activated not even 2 weeks later on December 19th, and had the opportunity to play in the biggest game of his life on January 9th. And the team may have lost 31-23, but they were not only within 8 points of beating one of arguably the greatest quarterbacks that's in the game, arguably, and I can argue with that. But Tom Brady is a great quarterback, phenomenal quarterback, and he's known for his leadership. And being within 8 points of beating, as a person who came off the bench and out of the game of football, he was obviously prepared. He could have, his body could have been in any type of shape. He could have been on the couch eating biscuits and, out of football shape. But he was prepared when the opportunity came his way. And I implore you to do the same. Invest in yourself now. Start studying those courses, attend those organizational meetings, network. Right now, I know we're all on house arrest, but there are still opportunities to be able to build relationships and network with individuals that are within reach that you may otherwise not even have access to. I also wanted to talk about the importance of mentoring and being able to receive mentoring. We also need to be able to admit when we need help. One of the things that I actually read following that game was when Taylor Heineke was talking about the first time that he met Tom Brady. And he was saying that when he was signed to the Patriots a number of years ago, he actually decided to go in. He was going to impress everyone because he wanted to get to study tape first. And so he went in about 5:30 in the morning, thinking he was going to be the first one there. Well, when he arrived, Tom Brady was already in there reviewing tape. Tom Brady turns around and he's like, "Who are you?" And he says, I'm one of the backup quarterbacks, and introduced himself and had the opportunity to watch tape. Well, within that experience, he had the opportunity to also glean some things from Tom Brady and to receive some tutelage and mentorship. Oftentimes, when we get mentors, we oftentimes confuse mentors and sponsors first and foremost. So we need to really know the difference between mentors and sponsors. Mentors talk with you. Sponsors talk about you. Mentors can see your weaknesses. They can actually give you advice on what you need to do. And it's okay to be able to show them weaknesses. Sponsors, no, it's not. Never let a sponsor down. So it's important to understand that distinguishment, especially if you're in corporate America, because those will determine the opportunities that you may have access to. And even as you're receiving referrals from clients, clients are oftentimes, I would consider them to be sponsors. You don't want to let them down. So it's important that you think about the brand that you're creating, because your brand will either precede you in rooms positively, or it will precede you in rooms and keep you out of them. Because your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. And it's important that you're intentional about creating the brand that you want to represent yourself. Now, going back to the example that we talked about previously, Taylor Heineke, part of the reason that he received the opportunity in the call is because Coach Ron Rivera, he remembered, well, there was this player who was he knows our offense, and he actually had really good work ethic while he was coaching in Carolina. And so when the opportunity came after Alex Smith got hurt, and once Dwayne Haskins was playing a little iffy, he called him and said, let's get him on the practice squad. Well, why did he remember him? Because the work ethic that he had put in, the work ethic that he demonstrated, set him up for success. He showed himself as someone who was going to be prepared and will do whatever he could to be able to ensure success, at least in his realm of influence. And I encourage you to do the same. Find a mentor, find someone who can actually challenge you and will give you that help and knowledge that will help you to be able to get into those rooms. And as you get into those rooms, also make sure you're lifting other people up. Because as you climb and lift, you should bring other people with you, bring other people along with you. And last but certainly not least, I wanted to remind all of you, I can't tell you how many times it's happened as a career optimization consultant. I've gone into client offices and working with some of the employee organizations, and oftentimes I talk to people and they tell me, I say, well, what do you like most about your job? You know what? I love the fact that I have job stability. I love the fact that no matter who gets laid off, it's not going to be me. And I say, well, why is that? And they say, because I'm the only one who knows how to do XYZ within this company. And I say, it sounds like you're proud of that. And they say, absolutely. I don't have to worry about my job going anywhere. And on one hand, that's good. But on the other hand, I want you to know, if you're irreplaceable, you're also unpromotable. I'll let that sink in for a moment. Why does that even matter? Because as you have the opportunity to pour into other people and to show them how to be able to succeed within your workplace, you can be that leader. You can be that mentor that others look up to. And that's how opportunities are presented, by allowing yourself to shine and not hoarding the knowledge that you may have within your specific industry or position. And I want you all to remember so many of these concepts today, and I will go ahead and reiterate them because I want you to be intentional about creating the type of opportunities that you desire for yourself. So as you may have gathered, I am very intentional about making sure that people obtain success within their careers. And I want to encourage you, first and foremost, to stop wandering aimlessly and to start being strategic about navigating your careers. Set those goals for where you hope to get, and then find people that can help you to achieve those goals. Also, invest in yourself. Don't be afraid to invest in yourself and in your career and in your business, because that will dictate the success that you have in life. Because as opportunities come, you definitely want to make sure that you're prepared. Then seek out those mentors and those sponsors and understand the difference and be able to perform when those opportunities arise, because we are building each other. And as African Americans, we have to be more intentional about creating other spaces for more of us to succeed. And sometimes people say, well, I don't necessarily think that I think everyone should be a business owner. Well, if we're all business owners, who's going to be there to support us? We must have advocates on each side. And remember that the brand that you're creating, whether it's on social media, whether it's in your workplace, whether it's in how you manage your day-to-day relationships, that it will precede you as you walk into rooms. And it's important to be intentional about creating the brand that aligns with how you want to be seen. And finally, remember that concept that if you're irreplaceable, you're also unpromotable. So, in closing, I want you to remember that in order to score a touchdown or defend against it, you've got to be in the game. And in order to get in the game, coaches aren't going to call your number if your head is not in the game. So it's important that you're equipping yourself now for the journey that you will succeed in. And make sure that you are equipped with all the things that are going to allow you to be successful within your journey. And if you don't already have them, place yourself within the opportunities to get them, because you can either set yourself up for success, but don't wait for someone else to do it for you. Thank you. I'm Juanita Hines, Career Optimization Consultant.
Good day, everyone. When you look at me, I'm wondering, what do you see? Some of you all may say, you see a black bald-headed man with glasses. There was once upon a time that folks looked at me and said, let me take the glasses off, that you resemble Michael Jordan. I would say I'm the broker version. Some folks would even say, you resemble that actor on TV that starred in various movies. You probably know who I'm talking about. He was in Car Wash and some other movies. Let me tell you exactly who I am. I'm a person who want to be rich. Not rich in money, but rich in spirit and rich in experiences, and also rich in peace. P-E-A-C-E is underestimated. Folks can't buy it, folks can't barter for it, and people can't just get it. I know we've seen all over the country, Black Lives Matter. Well, they do, but also what matters is Black mindsets matter. Let's go to the source. Let's go to the source. By trade, I'm a clinical therapist. I talk to people all over about their mindsets, which is the only thing you can control. What is it that has you thinking this way? Well, there's a lot of different things that go into that. You cannot get past DNA. You cannot get past who raised you. No matter what, you can't go to God and say, I want A for mother, B for father, grandparents. You can't do that. So all of your experiences begin to make your mindset. Let me take you on a journey. What is it? Because I started off saying, who am I? As Jay-Z was saying, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Otis Bellinger. I'm a clinical therapist. How did I get there? What was my route? I am a person that is often depressed. I am a person that is traumatized by fatherhood abandonment. I am a person that's always wanted to just see what my biological dad looked like. I am a person that at age 53 still feels that pain. I am a person that just wants to write a letter to my father. And if I was able to do that, I always wonder, how would that letter be? What would I say? How do I put 53 years of wanting to just smell a man in a letter? Unfortunately, where I reside in Detroit, Michigan area, in the Detroit public school system, which is one of the largest school systems in the country, almost 80% of young Black males do not know their fathers or have positive experiences with them. We're talking about Black mindsets, because when all those people come together to advocate, to protest, you got a lot of mindsets. What are they thinking? What are they going to take from that? How are they going to improve their community? It's one person at a time. Let's go back to the letter. I always wonder, how would I phrase it? Where would I start from? Do I start from Dad? I can remember. Or do I say, Dad, why weren't you there? Or do I say, Dad, I couldn't play in various sports and do various activities because Mama could not afford it because she was working on one income with 4 children in the house? Do I say, Dad, you were not there when I needed you. You are supposed to be my primary counselor. I had to go to the streets to get information I was supposed to get from you. What do I say? What do a lot of young men say? Do I say, Dad, I failed 2 marriages. I'm not blaming any of this on you, but I failed 2 marriages. And I'm on a 3rd marriage. And I did not see what a man does. I did not know. Do I say, Dad, it's been hard for me to communicate with women because when they talk to me, I see a sense of bravado in them. I see a sense of toughness in them, which I know that I got that from my mother and sister growing up. Because in a household, my mother and my sister had to be the man and a woman. So they loved me, but they talked to me in a manner that was rough, that was tough, because they figured they had to do that. So now, as a man and as a married man, when my wife talks to me, I don't give her the benefit of the doubt because I did not do like one of my friends told me he did. He said that every time my mama and my daddy would argue in the house, he would take me in the backyard and my dad would throw a football at me. And we would talk and he would say, son, men and women get into disagreements. Your mother didn't really mean what she said. She has a pure and a clean heart. So we have to forgive her. And also I have to look at myself and forgive me. And we have to move on as a family. Do not allow that to bother you. What that does to a young man is that begins to create the mindset in him that I have to effectively communicate with women back and forth. I have to be accountable also as they are. I have to understand. I have to have some empathy. Or do I start the letter off by saying, Dad, man, I would get so mad in school. I would get so angry. And I wasn't angry at the teachers. I was angry at you because you were not there. Do I say, Dad, when I was in the 7th grade, I would get to school an hour earlier to walk around a neighborhood that it was rumored that you stayed in. I wasn't thinking that you're going to be in a house. I wasn't thinking, all I wanted to know is in my mindset, I wanted to walk around this neighborhood that my brother and folks have told me that you stayed in, just to see somebody come out the house that looked like me. So I would see people come out, and if they look like me, I wonder, is that my dad? I would lug my little brother with me. Sometimes put him on my back because he was tired. Or do I start the letter off by saying, Dad, I spent many years being a player, man. I spent many years trying to talk to so many women. Listen, I inherited good looks from you. I inherited tall, dark, and handsome from you. I may have inherited your mouthpiece. Do I say, Dad, when I'm in a cafeteria in college and drunk, captain of the basketball team, and I look up at the salad bar and I see a young lady there that is nicely shaped. And instead of me going up to her and saying, how are you? And talking to her with respect, I go up to her and in my mind, I'm lustful. And all I'm thinking is, I want to get that. Not understanding that 9 months later, I would have a daughter. I would have a daughter that was not asked to come into this world under those circumstances of a man being in the cafeteria, lusting after a woman, going up to her, using his prowess to woo her into bed to have a child. And both of us was not in a relationship. So now my child has to grow up with this mother being in one state, I'm being in another state, and just on and on and on. And then I look and say, I'm recreating what it is that I've been through. I'm not in her life like that. I tried, yes, I sent money, I traveled, but it wasn't the same. Think about this. I found out she didn't have a father. I didn't have a father. So when I look at that, you got hurt coming to hurt for lust. Let me say that again. Hurt coming to hurt for the purpose of lust. Because there's other women I came to where the father had told the mother, don't let a man run game on you. So she was plagued without having a father too. And she didn't have nobody to ward her from wolves like me. So now my daughter was born and she's been through a lot. Do I say, Dad, I didn't learn my lesson? I went to a casino in Detroit 13 years ago and saw a woman and repeated the same thing and had another daughter. So now I got two daughters, both living in different households, although this daughter resides in the same state, and I'm doing everything I can to bless her with the life and the knowledge and the know-how that a young lady should have. So when I write this letter to my father, it doesn't necessarily have to be a letter to my father when it comes to you. We're talking about Black mindsets mattering and what's behind the mindsets. There's always a surface. There's always a root. So if you got to write a letter, it might not be to your father. It could be to your mother. It could be to your grandparents. It can be to yourself, because a lot of times we victimize ourselves. So when we say Black mindsets matter, that means that we have to look at ourselves big, deep. And we might have to write that letter. And we might have to be accountable for our actions. We might have to look and say, I love me. I love me. I got to do something about this. And one piece is that, I had to heal myself. And I would go to counselor after counselor. And what I found out is mental health matters also. A lot of us need healing. We need to go to someone that is professional and can help us process. See, the letter was my coping mechanism to be able to get my feelings out. But I got that through going to a good therapist. People, Black mindsets matter. And what I want to tell you is do not think that Black mental health doesn't. You have to find someone to talk to. You cannot hold on to that pain forever. I'm a clinical therapist. I would like to give to 2 mothers today. If you are experiencing single motherhood, you're doing everything you can for your young man, and you know that if the father is not there, they're directing a lot towards you. Basically, it's greatness in a layaway. They just don't know how to deal with their mindsets. I can help. I can help. You can contact me for a free 30-minute consultation where we could talk about it. Because someone talked to my mother and helped me get help to get my mindset correct. And in the Black community, the men are supposed to be the leaders. But if our mindsets isn't correct, it's going to be hard. And we're going to allow people to infiltrate our community, and we can't protect our women and our children. So in my letter, I would probably end it with, Dad, I love you. I forgive you. And it took a good therapist for me to understand that. And today, I do the same for others. The 2 books that I'm giving away. One is the 7 Steps to Promote the Success of Young African-American Males. And 2, 100 Effective Strategies of Single Mothers Raising Black Boys. My information, you can connect with me on buildingbettermen.org. Let's talk. Black mindsets matter. One day, that letter that you're writing will help you to heal. Have a blessed day, because there is no other.
Hi everyone, Lee Mariano here from BlackCEO Coaching, and I want to thank you for joining my session on the 10 things to remember as you achieve success. So I do have some slides that I want to share with you today, so let me just go ahead and get those up. And as I'm doing that, I hope everyone has a pad of paper, a pen, or your workbook if you haven't already pulled that out. So make sure that you do have something to write with so that you can take notes as we are talking about this amazing topic today. All right, so let me just get my notes up here. Okay, so again, thank you for attending my workshop today. We're going to talk about the 10 things to remember as you achieve greatness. My name is Lee Mariano, and I'm the founder and CEO of BlackCEO Coaching. So hopefully you have already viewed my Stop Apologizing for Your Success session and have committed to showing up for yourself and embracing the guidance provided in both that session and this workshop. This workshop goes hand in hand with that session, so I hope you're ready to get started. Okay, so the one thing all successful people, whether they're an athlete, they're a business owner, or someone who's maybe lost weight and kept it off, the one thing they have in common is that they've set goals for themselves. So many people work where they feel as if they're adrift, floating from one day to the next. Now, a key reason for this is because they haven't taken the time to really think about what they want in life. They don't set any formal goals. It's kind of like starting out on a road trip without any idea of where you're going. It's probably not a good idea. So, goal setting is powerful. It puts you in the process of thinking about your ideal future and what motivates you to work toward that vision. So, goals are your roadmap to your future. And creating a roadmap is a process which helps you choose what you want in life, where you want to go, and who you want to be. So, when you know precisely what you want to achieve, then you know where you need to focus your efforts to achieve that end result, right? And at the end of the day, having goals will help you quickly spot when you're going in the wrong direction or those distractions that will potentially get you off track. So let me take a few minutes to introduce myself to you just a little bit more. I'm a life and success coach. I'm a corporate HR executive. I'm a published author. I'm a former Marine. I'm also a domestic abuse survivor. I'm the mom to two very handsome sons, and I am the wife to one amazing husband. But my life hasn't always been easy, right? But even still, it's my life, and I've lived it the way that I felt was best. I've achieved amazing things and have a family that supports me in every way, but that hasn't always been the case. Everything I've accomplished in life is because I made a decision to set goals for myself. I knew I needed to change my life. And even though some of those goals were stretch goals, they were far fetched a little bit when you think about them now. I knew that I could achieve what I wanted because I was focused on changing and improving my circumstances. Determination, focus, commitment, courage, confidence. I had to utilize every single one of those skills to push myself to survive the hard times and succeed in the good times. So, this workshop is focused on giving you 10 things to focus on as you push forward into your own future. So, are you ready? First things first, make sure that you eliminate all distractions. Make sure you have that pad of paper, that pen, the workbook in front of you, and take notes and reference things that truly resonate with you, right? Be present and commit to consuming this life-changing tips and tools that I'm going to share with you today, right? And then after we finish, yes, there will be a chance if you want more information where we can talk about how you can get that, okay? So, first first thing I want to talk about is who are you listening to and why? So, of course, not everyone is going to understand what you're doing. They're not going to get it. They are not going to understand your journey. When we set out to do something amazing, it's natural for other people to criticize our goals. And sometimes the comments will come out of jealousy or a lack of understanding of what we're really trying to do. But sometimes these comments might hold a nugget of truth or even wisdom. When the criticism gets harsh, generally it's time to pause, right? And if you focus on the idea that there's something to learn from this, you'll find that you won't be drawn into the negativity, right? You don't want that negativity to take over and hold you back. So start by asking yourself if perhaps there's some truth to what's being said. And if so, it might be time to learn how to accept criticism with grace. Just accept it, make the change if need be, and keep moving. If it's not, then it's time to move on, right? The trick in all of this is not to dwell on the things that aren't worth your time, especially when you've got big things you're doing, right? What's that saying? Ain't nobody got time for that. You don't have time to focus on the negativity and the jealous comments because you are moving forward. You are doing amazing things. Don't let it stop you. Always fall forward. Always. Failure is going to happen. It is inevitable. It is a part of the process. And big goals don't happen unless you're taking risks and trying new things. And what this means for you are two very distinct things. One, you're probably going to fail at some point. Get used to that idea, be prepared for it, and understand what you're going to do once it happens. Number two, some well meaning individual is going to try and protect you from that failure by either cautioning you either to not try in the first place, or they're going to tell you don't try again once you failed the first time, right? But the critical thing for you to remember is that the best growth happens as a result of your failure. This is where you learn what doesn't work and you learn what does work, right? So to quit now would lose all that forward momentum you've already been building. And I can almost guarantee you that you won't experience the success. So don't stop. So tell the naysayers and the haters and the jealous people, it's okay. You've got this. You've got this handled because you do. You have this handled. Failure is a part of the journey to success, right? And once you've told them, listen, I got this, hold your head up high, and then you go out there and you show them how it's done. But you always fall forward. Seek and don't hide. So there is nothing more comfortable than staying in the status quo, staying in your comfort zone. Think about that for a minute. When we don't try, then we don't succeed. It's really just that simple. The problem is we get caught up in false modesty. We get to the point that we begin putting ourselves down, especially around the people who may not understand the big picture of what we're doing. We downplay our accomplishments and what we're setting out to do, right? Perhaps this was drummed into us as children when we were taught not to brag, right? So if you've heard anything, if you've heard me speak, you've seen any of my online presence, you know I'm a huge fan of hashtag sorry, not sorry. And my other session was on to stop apologizing for your success. We are no longer going to hide our success because we have earned our success. So hiding and putting ourselves down and minimizing our success does not serve us well, nor does it help us with the naysayers, the doubters, the haters, the people that are trying to bring us down, right? And the reality is we need to seek out our goals with drive and determination. And when you drop those doubting attitudes, the facade you put on around others, and simply accept that you not only deserve to do what you're doing, but you deserve to have what you want, and that you can succeed at what you're trying to accomplish, that's where the real change happens. That's where the good stuff happens, right? So don't hide from it. Don't hide from your success. Seek it out. Seek out the goals that you're trying to accomplish. The next one is, what are you willing to sacrifice to get what you want? What price are you willing to pay? So the naysayers and the doubters, they are always quick to point out things you don't have or you won't have, especially when you are busy chasing after your dreams and your goals. They love to tell you how much something is going to cost, whether it's time, energy, effort, money. The hard part about this is yes, it's very likely true to an extent. But you have to remember with any big goal, there is going to be a commitment of resources. There's going to be hard work. There's going to be time spent, and sometimes even monetary investment to get where you want to go. The critical thing to really think about here is whether or not the goal is worth it. So remember, giving up something now will generally mean a fantastic payoff later. Do the sacrifice now so that you can have the amazing result at the end. So, who cares if you're doing things a little differently, or you may not have as much free time as you used to? Who cares about that? Because you are focused on something bigger, something better for yourself, for your family, your dreams, your goals. Remind yourself where you're going and throw yourself into that 100%. Everything you've got, focus on that so you can get where you want to be. Now, here's a fun one, right? So, why be normal? Right? When was it that we all got the idea that we needed to be just like everybody else? So, somewhere, somehow along the way, the idea of standing out became scary. The problem is, it's impossible to be a dreamer when you're doing what everyone else is doing, when you're in the middle of the pack, when you're following along and trying to keep up with the Joneses when you should be focused on your own thing. Big goals require thinking outside the box, and you need to stand out if you expect to stand up and do great things, right? So who cares if someone tells you that your goals seem a little odd or seems a little weird or ask you why are you bothering to do that? Who cares what they ask you about what you're doing? You know that you are doing what you want to do, right? So there's innovation to be found in being eccentric, right? Creative people never fit comfortably in those predetermined molds or those boxes that people try and put them in. And the best part, by being original, you're someone who will dare to try something new. You're setting an example to the people around you and you're giving them permission to do the same. They don't have to be like everyone else, they can be themselves. And that's a win-win all around for all of us. So this one is a funny one, right? So keep it to yourself. And every time I think of this saying for this option, for this area, I think of the little girl in the back seat of the car. She's maybe like 3, 4, 5 years old. We all maybe saw that little video where she's trying to put on her seatbelt, and her parents are asking if they can help. And the little girl says, "Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself." And we all, I mean, I think I said that every other sentence back when that first came out. But it was so funny because she was determined to do it on her own. And she was determined that she could make it happen and she didn't need any help. Her parents were there, but she knew she had it. She knew she had it under control, so they needed to focus on themselves. So when I think of this, keep it to yourself. This is where sometimes you have to work in silence. You have to work in silence and let success be the noise, right? Because you are going to get pushback on your great, big, bold, audacious goals. And maybe it's time for you to forge ahead on your own just for a little bit. And for years, people have said using others and having accountability partners when attempting something big helps you progress even further. And I understand that, and I don't necessarily disagree. But sometimes this is not always the case. This is not always the thing that you need to do. Occasionally, you're going to come across people who aren't as pleased with your plans as you want them to be, right? So, for example, you might be working on quitting smoking, but the people that you hang out with, they don't understand why you're doing that. Well, what's the big deal? They may ask. And why is that your focus? And why are you worried about that? And everyone does it. And, it just seems, crazy. You've been doing it for years. I'm not going to stop, right? Are we not going to hang out with each other because, I smoke and you don't, right? It's that negativity, right? And of course, they have their own issues as to why they want to continue smoking, right? Maybe you remind them of their own failed attempts to quit smoking, right? And in truth, a lot of this stems from abandonment they're feeling because you're no longer smoking with them, because you're no longer hanging out with them. And now they feel as if you're not one of them any longer, right? But none of that helps you with what you're doing. Okay. And when this happens, it's sometimes better just to do what you want to do on your own for a while. Don't say a word to anyone about what you're doing. And instead, let the results speak for themselves. Whatever protests the doubters and the naysayers may have, they mean nothing to you because now you're presenting them, you're showing them the end result. You're showing them you succeeded. You're showing them you made this work and they were not involved. So their opinion doesn't count. Their negativity doesn't count because you succeeded on your own terms. So that's why I say sometimes you need to keep it to yourself. Work in silence and let success be the noise that you make once it's all done. So go at your own speed is the next idea. So remember the tortoise and the hare, that story, right? Um, you know, if you have people, asking you these questions and criticizing you because they don't see you getting far enough in meeting your goal, right? They're asking you, well, why aren't you further along? And I thought you'd be a millionaire by now, or I thought you'd be in the C-suite by now, or whatever that thing is, right? And it is hard. It is difficult when your mom, your best friend, or even your boss or colleague doesn't think you're accomplishing anything at all. They don't see all of the progress that you're making because they want to see something different. They expect to see something different, but they are not you. They are not working at what you're doing, working on your goals every single day. They're standing back. They're on the outside and they're not really understanding what you're doing to make things happen. But in truth, you're doing a multitude of small steps, small things every single day, right? These are the actions. These small actions are what's driving you forward. And sometimes, yes, it is slow, and that is okay. Sometimes, even to you, it seems slower than it should be, but that's okay because something is happening every single day. So rather than listen to people who aren't you, rather than listen to people who don't know what you're doing every single day, rely on the expert. And who's the expert? You are. You're the expert of your own dreams. You're the expert of achieving your own goals. Rely on yourself and not other people, right? Again, worry about yourself. Keep it to yourself. Focus on your goals. Okay. And where you are now is not where you were last week. It's not where you were last month or even last year. Really examine the progress that you've made and then celebrate what you've done. When you sit back and think about how far you've come, you will absolutely recognize all the progress you've made. And even though daily it may seem like it's going slow, you must go at your own pace. You must run your own race, whether you are the tortoise or the hare, whatever feels right to you. Okay. And so you have to remember that those great big goals, right? You have a goal from a year from now, 2 years from now. You have to make progress daily. It's the small things that get you to the larger end result. So work at your own speed, not everyone else's, right? Sometimes slow and steady does win the race, but you have to be comfortable with how you're progressing, and you are the only one who matters. And then you also have to know, what are you working toward? What are you working toward? Where are you going? You have to decide your definition of success. What does success mean to you? How does it look? How does it feel? Right? So the world is so quick to tell you what your goals should be. The world will tell you what your goals should be before you've even thought about it, right? You're told that you should be chasing fame and money or these other accomplishments without taking into consideration the things that you value. You value might not be any of those, or it might be some of those, or it might be all of those. But it should be determined based on what you want, how you define success, not what someone else says is their definition of success that they are putting onto your shoulders, right? And what you need to realize is that people who keep score by how many zeros come before the decimal point on your bank account, they aren't going to understand if your big goal is to serve people, is to help people, is to be altruistic. They won't understand that because their purpose in life is very different than yours. So what do when the critics are telling you that, you're focused on the wrong thing? Simple. Tell them that it's up to you to define your own success. Tell them that. Be honest, communicate, be firm, be steady, and know that your definition of success is yours. Your life is yours. You cannot live your life based on the expectations of others. That's our family, our friends, society, culture. Your definition of success is yours, and you have to believe that. You are the master of your fate, right? And whatever goal you are pursuing, whatever dream you are pursuing, it is yours. And if it excites you and it drives you and it pushes you forward, then that's what you are meant to do, right? Don't let anyone else's definition of success impact your life. First, define what it means to you. And then you go forward 100%. And you don't stop pushing forward until you achieve what you want, because you are the only one who matters. So engage your mind. There are two types of people in the world, right? The first will look at something they don't know and call it a roadblock. Oh, I don't know what that is. I can't get over that. I can't get through that, right? Whatever their goal is, that's where they stop. They can't work around it. They don't go any further. All they see is the barrier, the wall in front of them, the roadblock, and they turn around and they stay with where they are. They stay in the frame that they are, right? The other kind sees the roadblock and recognizes the need to educate themselves further so they can understand how to get through it, how to get over it, how to get around it. Right? So people who embrace the learning are the ones who succeed. Don't listen to the people who quit. Don't listen to the people who have stopped. Instead, put your focus on the people who have already traveled the path you're on and they've made it. Listen to what they say. Understand the challenges they went through. Understand how they made it that far in their life. Look for mentors. Look for people who are focused on helping others get to where they are. And never use an excuse as a reason to give up. Right? Find people who will teach you. Find people who will bring you into their fold, into their community, into their circle of trust. Find people that will help you understand that the future that you have for yourself is attainable. You don't want to be around the naysayers. You don't want to be around the people who are overly negative. You don't want to be around people who sit around and commiserate about how hard it is. Those are not the people that are going to help you succeed. Those are not the people that you want in your circle as you are achieving your goals and your dreams, right? And all of this starts with a mindset of learning. You have to be open and willing and ready to learn something new, right? You don't even need to be having a hard time, right? You don't need to be struggling, right? But you should have a mindset that is prepared and ready for success, right? You start with every class you take. You start with every learning session you attend at a conference. You start with reading articles and magazines and books. Every bit of knowledge you gain should help you on your journey to success, should help you become a better you, should help you focus on achieving your goals. And if you do it right, if you do it right and you learn what you need to learn, you might never hit those roadblocks. And if you do come across a stumbling block, not a roadblock, but a stumbling block, you're prepared for it. You know how to get around it. You know how to address it. And it doesn't scare you. It doesn't scare you at all. You just recognize that this is a part of the journey and you step over it. You walk around it. You might get a running start and jump over it, right? Whatever you want to do. But you must be prepared at all times to continuously learn and grow and develop into the person that you are meant to be. Your goals and dreams don't stop. You should always be evolving. You should always be growing. You should always be looking at what you have accomplished and asking yourself, can I do more? Can I accomplish more? Am I done? Right? So always engage your mind, always focus on the learning and moving forward. And I think, this is definitely one where I would say, take some notes, highlight this one, right? Put an asterisk next to it, right? So, celebrate. No one likes someone who's jealous. We just don't. And sadly, it's easy to lose sight of your own goal when you're surrounded by people who've already made it to the finish line ahead of you, right? We look around us and we see others who have made it to the point where we want to be. And we start asking the questions of why not me? Why haven't I gotten there? Why am I not there yet? And when this happens, it's time to turn around your way of thinking, right? To get caught up in the success of someone else is the fastest way to quitting, because then that the comparison game starts. And when you begin to compare yourself to others, it is easy, very easy to lose that game, because you don't know what they've gone through. Just like we talked about a couple slides before, the people that are questioning your progress and your goals and what you have done, they don't see the hard work that you're putting in behind the scenes. They don't see the 12, 13, 14-hour days that you're working in order to pull this all together. They don't see that you're working in your day job 8, 9, 10 hours, and then you are maybe going to school at night to get another degree or to get your first degree or to get a certification. They don't see all of the things that you are doing in the background. And so you have to think about that. For those people who have made it to the point that you want to be, the people that have succeeded and who appear to be at the level that you've been trying to aspire to, it may appear that it came to them easy. It may appear that they lucked out. It may appear that things just fell into their lap. But what you're missing is the background. What you're missing is how did they get there? And so when you compare yourself to someone else, you lose sight of what you're doing in order to create your own path, to create your own journey, right? So here's what I would ask you to do instead. Celebrate the success of that person right alongside them. Celebrate what they've accomplished. Celebrate their success. Because for one thing, right, it's going to turn your own mindset around. You're going to get out of that funk. You're going to get out of that state of, well, why isn't it me? Why couldn't this be me? You know why it's not you? Because they're different. They're a different person. They have different skills. They took a different path. Your path is your path. It's not theirs. It's not theirs. And then also, you want to show honest excitement for someone else's accomplishment. Why not celebrate? There is enough. No matter your industry, your field, what you're trying to accomplish, there is enough for everyone. There is enough for everyone. And if you truly are focused on succeeding and achieving greatness, then that's what you'll be focused on, is getting your slice. And you're not worried about what someone else has done to get their own. Okay. And maybe if you are actually genuinely happy for that person and you are celebrating that person, maybe you can actually build a relationship and a rapport with that person. Maybe that person can connect you to the people that have helped them along the way. Maybe you can learn some of the tips and tools that they did along the way that helped propel them to that level of success, right? So while you're celebrating someone else, understand that you can create strong partnerships, and then one day you'll be celebrating yourself. And I also want to remind everyone, celebrate the small things that you accomplish. Celebrate the small things that you do to get yourself closer to your goal, to get yourself closer to your definition of success. And it can be something small. It doesn't have to be something huge. It can be something very small. It could be that maybe you get a certification and you take yourself out to eat. Maybe you finish a project, a really important project at work, and it gains you additional skills and knowledge and expertise. And you buy yourself flowers, right? Or you buy the new game if you play games on the gaming systems, but you do something to celebrate yourself. If you're starting a new business and you get a new client, how do you celebrate getting that new client? Do you celebrate getting that new client? Or do you say, okay, that's one client down, I need 9 more, let me just grind it out? Do you take a step back and recognize the accomplishment that you've just had by getting another client? And if not, then I encourage you to do so. I encourage you to do so, because you have, not only are you celebrating other people, not only do I encourage you to celebrate others, right? You have to celebrate yourself, because you are the one grinding it out 10, 11, 12 hours a day, missing time with your family, missing time with your friends, not engaging in your hobbies or the things that give you, relaxation, meditation, self-care, because you're grinding it out so much. You're so focused on the work that you're not lifting your head to celebrate the accomplishments. And so I would encourage you to absolutely do that. Okay. And when that happens, it makes you feel better about yourself. You get to pat yourself on the back. You get to brag about yourself. You get to be hashtag sorry, not sorry, because I'm going to stop apologizing for my success, right? You need to brag about your success. You need to share your success. Even if you are the only one who recognizes what you did, you need to recognize it, and you need to celebrate who you are and what you've done. Okay. So let's get ready to wrap up. I know, there's a lot of nuggets that I've shared in this workshop, and I hope you've been furious. This is some really good information. And as you are on your journey to your level of success and to create the life you want and to build the dream that you want and to go after your goals, these 10 things, these 10 tips that I've shared with you today are invaluable, and you should write them out. You should pin them on your wall. You should have them, on your refrigerator. every single day, so that as you are going along in your life, you go in, you get some juice or some soda, some water, and you see these 10 tips, and you are reminded every single day of what you need to remember as you are achieving your level of success. And I know it was a lot of information, but I do hope, the workbook, you've had your workbook. I hope you were able to take copious notes. And if you found yourself nodding your head as we walk through these steps, then that may mean you are ready to implement these 10 things we talked about. If you found yourself saying, yeah, I get it, that's me, I need to remember that, then those 10 things we talked about today, you need to begin incorporating them into your life immediately. Immediately. And one thought I want to leave you with today is that you should absolutely shoot for the stars. Shoot for everything. If someone says your dream, your goal is too big and too bold, make it bigger, make it bolder. Don't let anyone hold you back from doing what you need to do to accomplish your dreams. If it seems scary, do it anyway. Do it with a smile on your face, and that'll really scare people, right? If something seems really big and bold and scary, step out and do it with a smile on your face, because people are going to wonder, well, what does she know? What does he know that I don't know? What are they doing that I'm not doing? Right? And yes, along the way, you'll meet, tons of people. You'll have these different great experiences. You'll learn about how people work, how to navigate, right? How to interact with people. You'll learn so much more about yourself, because as you are stepping out and you are achieving what you want, you're going to see how people respond to that. And you're going to see how people, whether or not they're drawn to you or whether they pull back. But that doesn't mean that you should stop your forward momentum. It just means that you should observe the world around you, because you are focused on going forward. You are focused on your future. And don't expect things to happen right away, right? Things take time. We all have room to improve when it comes to improving how we show up to the world, how we share who we are with others, how we share what we've accomplished. And yes, I did mention earlier, sometimes you have to keep it to yourself. Sometimes you have to work in silence and let the success be your noise. But when you are ready to share that success, you need to be ready to shout it out at the top of your lungs and let everyone know that you did it, and you did it on your own terms. Right? So remember your goals, your success, and how you show up. It's all about you. This is your journey towards your dreams, not anyone else's. And of course, it's great to have a support network or find a mentor or look for role models for inspiration. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you and what are you doing? What are you focused on? Some of these people will help you along the way, and it's a beautiful thing. We love it. But again, your goals begin with you, and you're in accomplishing those goals and finding your level of success and going on your journey. That's up to you. It's not up to them. Don't let anyone interfere with how you are succeeding in life, because this is your story. This is your journey. Okay. So that's all I have for you, right? So again, just thank you for attending my workshop today. If you enjoyed this workshop and my presentation where I discussed how to stop apologizing for your success, and you'd like to continue the conversation, I'd love to hear from you, right? So I primarily work with women who feel overlooked, underappreciated, or ignored, and who want to rediscover their power. They feel unsure about their future goals, uncertain where to start making real impactful changes in their life, or they feel burdened by the world around them and the responsibilities that are on their shoulders. They care for everyone else and they forget who they are, right? They lose themselves in the labels that others have placed on them. And these women, they want their life back and they want to finally begin living for themselves. So, what I do is I help them reclaim their power, rediscover their strength, increase their confidence, and remove the limiting beliefs holding them back from success. So, if you'd like to discuss how I can help you on your journey, just follow the link on the slide. It's a short link, so it should be easy to copy. Um, or you can email me at alexadomcoach@gmail.com with the subject iconic. Just send me an email at alexadomcoach@gmail.com with the subject line iconic, and we can get the conversation going. Okay. Or if you want to just go ahead and schedule a 30-minute clarity call, you can just copy down that link on the slide, put it in your browser, and a calendar scheduler will pop up and we can get some time to talk. Okay, so thanks again. I appreciate you attending, and I hope you have an amazing rest of the conference, and I hope you enjoy all of the amazing sessions from the other speakers. Thank you.
I'd like to share a story with you. During winter break one year when I was in grad school, I decided I was going to write a book, right? Because I'm bored. I'd always been an avid reader. I'd always loved reading all types of books, but I was particularly fond of spicy romances. And so I decided I was going to write one. I got about 3 chapters in, and then I had to go back to grad school, finish my thesis, graduate. Life got in the way, things happened, and I picked it back up about 8 years later, honestly. I'd become a mother, I'd done a whole lot of things, and I decided I wanted to finish my book. So I started shopping around to publishing companies, and I didn't, have any particular publishing company I was interested in. I went from big publishing companies, little publishing companies, and I just shopped it around my first 3 chapters as I finished the book. Well, when I got with some of the larger mainstream companies, they told me, oh, we really love your writing. You can definitely craft a story. It's amazing, but your characters are a little urban. And we know in mainstream America, urban is Black. And I was like, okay, but my characters are Black. That's what they are. That's what I wrote them. They weren't, any kind of extremes. They were just folks like myself and, what I saw around me. And so I was like, I'm not willing to change or compromise what I think are just regular people that I want to share with the world. So then I went to some other smaller companies. I tried out the Black-owned companies and stuff like that, but this was during the height of the street lit movement. And so when I went to these other companies that were looking for these books that were popular right now, I wasn't urban enough. I wasn't urban enough. They asked, would you be willing to rewrite this to have a little bit more of an edge, or this, that, and the other? Now, again, I wasn't really willing to rewrite my books to fit a different genre. I just wanted regular romance novels with characters that were Black. That was it. And I just really wasn't willing to compromise. So I was too urban for mainstream and not urban enough for Black. And I fell into this little microcosm where people fall and they get lost. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to let this deter me. I'm not going to let this send me running to the hills. And I'm going to publish this book. I'm just going to self-publish. Now, I had done some work in and out of the publishing industry. I was an editor. And so I was familiar with some things, but not a lot. And so I took all this to heart and I started reading, researching, trying to figure out what it was that I was supposed to be doing for this. And it turned out to be a success. As a gift to myself on my 35th birthday, I published my book. The same day that I released my first book, Ember's Flame, I hit #1 on its Amazon chart. It was amazing. It was a great feeling. I had accomplished this. I had not compromised the things that I wanted to represent in my book, the people that I wanted to write, that I wanted to share with the world. And the success made me know that these publishing companies that had tried to change me, that had tried to kind of mold me into what was popular at the time or what they felt my character should represent, were wrong. Because here I am, I'm a success, and I did not change anything. So guess what happened? Some of these same publishing companies that refused to publish me unless I changed started contacting me. Oh, well, we heard about your success, and we'd like to give you this advance, and we'd like to have you come and republish the book under us. You can keep everything about the book, but we want you to come and republish under us. And it was great. It was flattering. It was kind of like almost a comeuppance. You told me I wasn't good enough. You told me I wasn't going to make it. Here I am making it. Now you're coming back to me. You want me to come with you. But I also thought about something else. If they were willing to advance me and they were willing to take me, that meant that I had great potential, and I could maximize that potential myself and stay where I was in self-publishing land and not have to answer to anyone, not have to fight the next time I put out a book. Oh, well, can you change this? Oh, you're under contract. You're under contract with us for 5 books. So now you've only satisfied that with this one book. Now we have a say in how these other books look. I'm good. If you guys can make a success out of my book, I can make a success out of my book. So allow me to introduce myself. I am Amanda Chambers, the founder and CEO of Divine Legacy Publishing, which is a self-publishing company that caters to Black authors specifically. And I've made it my mission to help other authors do what I did, keep creative control of their work by self-publishing. So now you may be asking, what is self-publishing exactly? Simply put, it's the opposite of traditional publishing. In traditional publishing, you write the book and then you turn it over to your publisher. They take care of the editing, book cover, ISBN, copyright, everything they do. And then because of that, they take part ownership and royalties. They get a cut of your profit, which is the royalties. On the other hand, self-publishing is the act of being the sole creator, financial backer, producer, owner of your work. It's yours outright. Nobody has anything to say about it. It's yours. And yes, I did say financial backer, but don't let the thought of having to financially foot the bill discourage you. Proper planning, adequate knowledge of how this should be done, how that should be done, the timely manner in which it should be done will go a long way in bringing your dream to a reality without bending your purse strings and breaking them a little. So, self-publishing is not a new phenomenon. In 2017, the number of self-published books topped 1 million. 1 million. And a study done in 2018 showed that 36% of the books on Amazon's top 100 books were self-published. 36%. But here's the problem. Of that 36%, only a small portion were Black. Why? You and I both know that Black folks have stories. We have stories for days. So why were we seemingly left out of the self-publishing equation? It's simple. We lack the resources that are geared towards us. Resources that know our unique struggles, vision, wins, losses, and needs. Resources that understand that Black folks are multifaceted. We're multifaceted beings. There is no one size fits all in Black culture. Resources that understand our readers Who are they? What's our reader base? How do we reach them? How do we engage them? Resources that won't charge us more than they charge others, or provide subpar service just because of who we are, when they provide spectacular service to others. When I was first learning to self-publish, I joined all the Facebook groups, all the forums, everything for self-publishers. Some groups had like over 10,000 people in them, but there weren't nearly as many Black folks as non-Blacks. I began to notice that there was kind of a trend, if you will, in these groups. Someone would ask a question, a non-Black person, there'd be responses, resources, let me inbox you to give you this help. You can call me, we can work on it. But then when I or another Black person would ask the same questions or similar questions or a question at all, the answers were few, far between, almost non-existent. It got to the point where I stopped posting my own questions. And instead, I just kind of silently lurked and looked at other people's posts and searched the group for, oh, this answer or this keyword, and just pulled from the questions that were already being answered because nobody was talking to me. I'll find a different way. I'll make sure I get my answers. But it shouldn't have been that way. We shouldn't have to lurk and sneak and figure out a way to get assistance. It should be there for us. So in publishing, we're met with the same roadblocks that we faced for centuries, right? Only now we seem reluctant to do what our predecessors did, create our own. When faced with adversity in publishing, our ancestors created their own printing presses, their own newspapers, their own books, their own companies. They got their message to the world at large on their own terms. Now, repeating those same actions will allow us to retain our culture, control, and coins when we share our message with the world. Now, I don't need to go into great detail about the treatment or perception of Black people and Black culture, both historically and presently. We all know it. This treatment has extended to our books. And for years, we were forced to choose between whitewashed mainstream books or read books that were focused on one extreme of Black culture. And before that, it was slim pickings on books that spoke to Black life from various standpoints across various genres. It just wasn't there. As a child, I remember reading Encyclopedia Brown, Super Fudge, the Ramona Quimbley books, and wondering, did Black kids live in their neighborhood? Were they around? They were never mentioned in the books. And when the Babysitters Club introduced Jessie, I was overjoyed, even though it took 14 books into the series before she even made an appearance. But finally, there was someone who looked like me, just one though. And they went great pains to make sure that she just fit in with the other girls perfectly. When I hit puberty, I remember my aunt gifting me this book, and it was like one of those coming of age books where it teaches the girl about her body and her hormones and, you're changing and it's okay and all of that. And the goal was to make it normal. But how could it be normal to me when the book was filled with white girls with white problems and white scenarios? I had different things going on, but the book didn't speak to me. When I was in middle school, I went through this period when I was obsessed with scary books. Couldn't get enough, but rarely did the books have Black characters. And when they did, they were ghosts or slashers or murderers or whatever negative entity existed in the books. And, I wondered, were Black people able to fight evil? Were we the good on the good side sometimes? And though we were blessed with Octavia Butler, and she was writing and producing during this time, she wouldn't get the recognition that she deserved and have it trickle down to little girls like me for years. So then we get to high school, and I remember reading white romance novels and changing the characters in my head to Black people because Black romance novels didn't exist. I guess we don't fall in love and live happily ever after. That's not a thing we do, but we do. And so my favorite romance author for the early part of my my high school career was a woman named Sandra Brown. She's still producing amazing books these days. But again, a white writer with white scenarios. She even had a book that was set in the Louisiana Bayou, and it was as white as you could possibly get. And yes, later we had amazing Black authors like Zane, Brenda Jackson, Eric Jerome Dickey, Brenda Jackson, just to name a few. But you would be surprised to learn how their career started and what they had to do to get their stories out to the world. And I can tell you it was no crystal stair. And speaking of crystal stairs, I'm not negating that there were classic books by authors like Langston Hughes, Toni Morrison, Zora Neale Hurston, W.E.B. Du Bois, that we can't ignore that. But they didn't speak to my existence growing up. They didn't speak to what I was going through, where I was in my life, or the time frame in which I lived. They're amazing classics, but I was a kid growing up in the 80s. I was a teenager in the 90s. I couldn't always connect with things that were written decades and decades prior to my birth. And, you know, picture it, right? Black people from all walks of life with the ability to easily access books that speak to them, that resonate where they are in their life journey. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how we're supposed to be able to just go onto a bookshelf and say, oh, that sounds like something I'd like. That sounds like something I'd like. It's not always there. You know, how are we supposed to have that happen when we're discouraged from writing in our authentic voice or deemed unpublishable by traditional publishing companies? We can't. Black culture isn't just one size fits all. Our story should reflect that. We have doctors, math geniuses, entrepreneurs, executives, mothers, fathers, presidents, vice presidents, teachers, dope boys, criminals, poor, middle class, rich, and everything in between. Other cultures have writing across different classes, castes, areas, dialects, and beliefs. Why do Black people in Black literature have to fit into one specific box? Again, what's the point of writing in your authentic voice if it's just going to get chopped and screwed into something that doesn't represent you? You always hear that representation matters, and it does. So why historically do we have to have it so hard to pick up a book for that focuses on a plus size woman, right? A plus size Black woman with natural hair, you know, not suffering from some kind of trauma, making her way in the world. That book doesn't exist, that person doesn't exist? I think she does. Or what about a Black man who's not a player and he is looking for love in all the right places and he's a great father and he's active in his kid's life? That guy doesn't exist? He should be in a book. Or the little Black girl who has two loving parents to encourage her to dream and have a big imagination. Or the little Black boy who doesn't have to dodge gang life to struggle through school and work 2 jobs. Those children exist. They should be out there for other children to read about. We know they exist in real life, so why shouldn't they exist in abundance in books? They can if we take control and make sure that all Black stories are represented. We're so much more, and self-publishing allows for all those different Black walks of life to coexist, showing the multifaceted beauty that Black culture is, and giving readers the ability to engage in the books and see themselves in pages where they can get lost in the story and understand and feel it. Now, I'm not saying that traditional publishing doesn't have its merits, one of which being that the author doesn't have to come out of pocket for any of these costs about creating or releasing a book. But as they say, when you don't pay, you don't get to play. And when someone else is footing the bill, you give up some of your control and power. Now, depending on the policies and procedures for the publishing company that you might get with, they could own everything about your book, including the copyright. Remember, They pay for and provide your cover, your editing, your formatting, your ISBN, your barcodes, and so on and so forth. They own it. Some years back, before I became an author, I had a friend who was an amazing writer. She was actually unfortunately released from her publishing contract because of poor sales. So the book was good. I read it. It was good, but it wasn't publicized well and it didn't do well. And so the publishing company deemed her a detriment instead of an asset and released her. They stripped my friend of everything right down to the title of the book. She was only allowed to leave the company with the unedited version. So no edits, the unedited version of her book, and she couldn't re-release it on her own for 5 years per the contract that she had signed. Now, that was a big issue because this book was book 1 of a 5-book series. So what was she to do? Release books 2 through 5 and just leave one on the shelf for 5 years? That doesn't make sense. Redo it, but remember, in order to redo it and have it fall in line with the rest of those books, she would have to re-release it. She couldn't do that for 5 years, and they would sue her if she had released that book in any way, shape, or form within those 5 years. So she had to shelve it, and she had to shelve the other 4 books in the series right along with it. She was so discouraged. There were readers who were fans of hers that were saying, when's the next book coming out? I can't, I told my friend about your amazing book and, they can't find it anymore. It's not up there for sale. How do we get this book? How do we do this? She had no answers. It's embarrassing, but also she had no answers other than you have to wait, because that's what they had to do. She was so discouraged. She was so, this was a huge brick wall that she hit for something she wanted to do with her life. It's been 7 years since that happened. And she has not gotten her writing mojo back. She has not released any books, not even the one that had already been released 5 years prior that she had to wait. She didn't even release that one. Her voice has now been silenced. Publishing companies also pick and choose who they put in heavy rotation for their best marketing, publicity efforts. And often Black authors find themselves kind of at the short end of that stick. And again, depending on the company, authors' outside marketing efforts might be limited per their contract. So you have a company that might not be marketing you that much, and then you can't do a whole lot of marketing per their rules with their signed contract. So it's kind of like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. What do I do here? Unfortunately, in traditional publishing, the publisher holds much of the power. For example, when Zane first started shopping her book around the publishers, some publishers called her material too risque for the general public. Now we know it's kind of risque, but they wouldn't even give it a chance. So she self-published her first 3 books, and guess what? She sold over 250,000 copies. And guess what happened? Those publishing companies changed their tune and flipped right around. And they came and they signed her, and she ended up founding an entire publishing company, which is an imprint under Simon & Schuster, but she controls that company and she makes the decisions. And it all started because she would not let her voice be silenced by people who thought they knew what was best for her writing when she knew what was best. I once knew a man, and I still know him, who wrote a book, and it was a really, really great book, but he was a full-time father, full-time husband, full-time job, full-time college student. So he would write his book on lunch breaks and in between classes, because let's be honest, that was about the only time that he had to himself. And he would type on his phone and he would go in and use Google Keep, type his words in. And then at some point he would transfer them from Google Keep to a Word document until he had finally built his book up. And it took him about 1.5 years to finish, if I remember correctly. And when he did, he sent inquiry letters out, and it was a really good book. I will say that. I'm not always into sci-fi and stuff, but I really enjoyed his book. And he actually got picked up by a mid-sized publishing company. Now, his book did pretty well. And he figured, okay, my book is doing well. The publishing company says that I've sold this many copies. I should be able to quit my job now, focus on finishing school and writing the next book, which will then bring in more revenue. This is great. Wrong. Because of the royalty scale, for his publishing company, he only made 76 cents for each paperback book that he sold and 69 cents for each ebook. His publishing company put up the funds to edit his book, create his book cover and all of that. So guess what? They're able to take that. You better believe they're going to take that royalty back. They're going to pay for themselves. They footed all of this. They funded you. That's it, right? So this return that they're looking for exists in the form of royalties. Royalties, at least among most of the top publishing houses, are basically the same. Authors are paid for hardcovers, 10% of the cover price for the first 5,000 copies, 12.5% for the next 5,000, and then it tops off at 15% thereafter. 15%. You wrote this book, you sat up at night, you did the research for it, and you get 15% of the profits. And that's for hardcovers. For paperbacks, which are one of the most popular forms of a book, authors receive about 7.5% of the cover price and about 25% of the publisher's net profits for ebooks. So net profits, not gross, net for ebooks. Many independent publishers will pay less because they're smaller companies and they have more overhead costs than the larger companies that can consolidate costs a little bit better. So what does that mean? That means that they don't pay authors a lot. Sometimes publishers will even sell books to bookstores for a discount. So, if you carry this book, we'll give you 25% off. They don't take 25% off of their cut. They take 25% off of the overall cut. So that means that the author loses money too. And because the author has kind of let control of their book go to the publishing company, they can't say, no, don't give a discount on my book to that bookstore. It is what it is. And you're going to get your cut of whatever's left over. Now, again, adding control to the mix, many authors have no control over where their books are sold or the amount of discounts. The lack of control definitely affects your coins. The Authors Guild released a report in early 2019 that showed a drastic decline in authors' earnings over the last decade. Now, that decline exists in traditional publishing, but the earnings of self-published authors have increased in the same time frame. Now, back to the man that I was speaking about earlier. He sold nearly 40,000 copies of his book, which was priced at $9.99. But the royalties he received after the publishing company took its cut weren't even enough to replace his job. Now, here's a little math for you. $9.99 times 40,000 is $399,600. More than enough to quit a job and, do what you need to do, finish school, all of that. But remember, he wasn't getting $9.99. He wasn't even getting half of $9.99. He was getting 76 cents. 76 cents times 40,000 is 30,400. There's no way he could have quit his job and still provided for his family the way that he was already providing. Now, I'm not saying that publishing companies shouldn't get a cut. They don't deserve the cut, especially since they front the money, they foot the bills. But there's a big difference between 30,400 and almost $400,000. You can't convince me that there isn't a way for a more even distribution, if you will, of the wealth. After all, the author did write the book that everybody is profiting from. They wrote it. That's got to count for something, right? Now, I could honestly talk about royalties, copyrights, publishing for hours, possibly days, honestly. But what I really want you to take from my words is that you have choices. You have choices. You have the choice to decide what type of publishing is right for you. You have the choice to want your words to reach the world the way you wrote them. You have a choice for how you want to be paid. You hold the power. Exercise that power. Don't let anyone ever silence your voice, compromise your culture, take control, or mess with your coins. Thank you for spending your time with me today. I appreciate you. Once again, I am Amanda Chambers, and I am the founder of Divine Legacy Publishing, a self-publishing company. Thank you.
Scholars, leaders, champions, entrepreneurs, and CEOs, welcome to BlackCEO and Iconic, and welcome to this session, When Visibility Hurts Vision. I want to thank you for making this investment and being part of this time. My name is Daryl Kelly, and I am the senior pastor of Free Spirit Community Church in Panama City, Florida. But I'm also author and founder and CEO of Inspired Life Publishers and Inspired Life Incorporated. You and I have something in common, and that is vision. Vision is what we have in common. You've done vision planning. You have a vision statement. You've done vision casting. You can see the goal. You can see the purpose that needs to be fulfilled. And so the goal today is to boost you to a higher level and increase your visibility. What happens when visibility hurts vision? So basically, I want to just give you a definition of visibility. Visibility is the relative ability to be seen under given conditions of distance, of light, and of atmosphere, and etc. So, let's look at those three things: distance, light, and atmosphere. When something is too far of a distance, then it affects your ability or the clarity or its ability to be seen. Visibility is harder when things are at a distance. And in life, there are moments when our dream seems too far in the distance. Our goal seems too far away in the distance. And sometimes the next opportunity seems like it's at such a far distance. And when the next phase or the next element is not visible, it hurts your vision. When me and my daughter go to arcades, we tend to like to have this little friendly competition on the basketball shootout. And it's unique that when you're playing this game, how for the first maybe 30 or 40 seconds, the goal stays still. So it gives you time to get into a rhythm. But then what happens after that? The goal starts moving. It goes back and forth, up and down. Sometimes it shakes. And so it makes it harder to hit the goal because the goal keeps moving, but that's also true in life. That's something we all face in business as well as in life. You set goals for 2019, but the goals moved. You set goals for 2020, but the goals moved. We came into this new year and set goals for this year. And once again, we see situations and things happening around us. It keeps moving the goal and sometimes making it harder to achieve. Sometimes the issue is distance between you and your vision. So we'd rather see things up close. We see better when things come into a closer range of view. Then that definition also talks about light. So let me ask you, have you ever been in a room that was dim? Especially if you go to like the movies and you do a matinee during the day, but you come out back into the natural light and the sun actually hurts your eyes. Think about that. Something visible hurting your vision. That happens sometimes when driving and the sunlight catches the reflection of another car windshield or something. As soon as that light hits you in the eye, all of a sudden, just the brightness actually hurts your vision. Think about that. What happens when visibility hurts vision? So viewers experience, when we think about that principle in life, you go to you log on to a seminar, you're taking some kind of course or class, but then you get so overloaded with information that it's hard to even implement anything you just heard because you're trying to take it all in. It's like Sometimes when things are too bright, it hurts your vision. But the opposite is also true. We are also affected by the absence of light because darkness also hinders our visibility. So, but the reality is that there are many instances in life when life gets dark. And maybe it could be a very important deal that fell through. Life went dark. Maybe a key sponsor pulled their funding and the opportunity went dark. Maybe it was a bad breakup with you and a previous business partner and things get dark, and on and go. We can fill in the blanks with how things and how life gives us dark moments. We all have those dark moments. We all have those dark places we go through, and visibility is affected or does affect our vision. And then lastly, that definition gave us the word atmosphere. Sometimes it's the conditions around us, the environment around us creates challenges to our visibility. And sometimes it's the environment, so this is what happens when visibility starts to hurt your vision. I've actually driven into a tornado, but I didn't know it because it was dark. It was at night, talking about the conditions, right? The atmosphere. So I live here in Panama City, as I stated earlier, and I was driving to Atlanta, Georgia for a conference and an event. And as I was coming into Atlanta on 85 North, so the first thing happened. So first I just drove into some rain. And driving into the rain is not really a big deal because when I'm from Florida, Florida is the lightning capital of the United States. So we have pop-up showers, thunderstorms all the time. So driving in the rain really isn't a big deal. So at that point, the rain was just a hindrance to my visibility, but still not a big enough problem to stop me from where I'm going. I can still see where I'm trying to go. Though it is a slight hindrance to my visibility, I can still see where I am trying to go. And some of you in life have driven into some hindrances. You've come into a place where you've driven into the rain. But I'm gonna tell you, sometimes when you're just driving into the rain, some of you actually are having a bigger reaction than you need to have. Some of you are overwhelmed with things that you can actually handle, okay? You're actually overwhelmed with things you can actually handle. I want you to see this. You can still see through the rainy days. You can still see through the rainy times and not let that affect your final destination where you're going. But that's what happens when visibility hurts vision. So storms will come, right? This we know for sure. So usually phases even in those rainy stages. So watch this now. So I still know where I'm going. My vision has not changed. My purpose has not changed, but because of poor visibility, it had a negative effect on my progress. Does that make sense? Poor visibility puts a break in your momentum. Poor visibility is an interruption to what should be a normal flow. Poor visibility. So the same thing happened or does happen in our personal lives. And your momentum can be broken. We've faced challenges this year, things we did not anticipate would come, including the pandemic. But what happens? It created a hindrance to a lot of our forward progress. So you're making progress, but you could be making more progress, or you should be making more progress. And I believe you logged into this session because somewhere in your past, there was a break in your momentum. And it's not because you don't have vision, but because the conditions around you are creating instances of poor visibility. So at first I drove into the rain, which represents driving into some hindrances. Secondly, I drive into now the actual stormy rain, the actual heavy rain. It's vertical, it's horizontal rain. It's hitting the car sideways. And you hear the sound and the wind whipping up against the vehicle. And the only thing that you can see, the only thing that I can see is the headlights or the tail lights of the car that is in front of me. driving into the heavy rain. So now it slows us down. Northbound lane, southbound lane, coming into a major city, 6 to 8 lanes worth of traffic now. Slow down to like 20 miles an hour because it's so thick, so heavy, so fast. I mean, the medium, the low speed on the highway is the minimum you can go is 40. They give you a minimum speed limit, right? On the major highways, and we're down to 20 because it's so hard to see. And all we can do is focus on the car, the headlights, the taillights of the car in front of us. You know, hands on the wheel, leaning forward, just trying to make it through, not understanding what we had driven into. So now, the heavy rain represents those moments where it slows us down. And then thirdly, the cloud hit. The cloud hit. The cloud was more than just a fog or a mist that hovers over the road, but it was more like a moving wall of smoke. It was like a moving wall of smoke and dirt, and you can hear debris hitting up against the car. And the only thing you could do is just, I put my foot all the way down on the brake, holding onto the wheel, praying not to get hit by anything, praying that nobody hits me from behind, because now we've gone from poor visibility to low visibility to zero visibility. I could no longer see the car in front of me. Can't even see the street lights. Come to a complete stop. 6 to 8 lanes worth of traffic have come to a complete stop because there is zero visibility. The scariest thing in the world is for you to not be able to see what's coming your way. One of the frightening most experiences in the world is to all of a sudden lose visibility. That happens in real life, you know? And so I'm just sitting here holding on to the wheel. What happens? This is what happens when visibility is hurting your vision, because the vision has not changed. The purpose has not changed, but visibility has now interrupted everything. So low visibility brings you to the place where there's hindrance to your progress. Poor visibility brings you to the place where there's now a break in your momentum and a break in your flow. But zero visibility brings you to the place where great moments and great movement now come to a complete stop. And the same is true in business. The same is true in life. And that's where I was, in the middle of a storm, in the middle of a highway. But something amazing actually happened. In the moments that you're in it, it seems like forever. But in reality, this was only 3 to 5 minutes worth of time. And something amazing happened. That storm, whatever touched the ground, did not actually touch down on the highway. Though it created all this issue to our visibility, it did not actually touch down on the highway. Yeah, just breathe with me. Amen. Exactly. Yeah. All of a sudden, that burden and that fear, that anxiety starts to lift because things within a matter of moments begin to clear up. And that's what I want to let you know, that things will clear up. Things will brighten up. Things will improve. Conditions will change. And so here we are. Everyone who had come to a complete stop is now able to start moving again. That's what I want you to know. You can start moving again. So I don't care how dark your situation has come. I don't care how dark your storm gets. I don't care how much of the cloud has been hovering over your life. That cloud is going to lift. Clarity is coming back to your vision. Visibility is coming back to your vision. Things are going to be made clear. See, so now you're going to start moving forward again. That's what this is about, being able to move forward again. And there's no other feeling like the feeling of knowing that you're making progress. There's no other feeling than the feeling of knowing that you are accomplishing what you set out to do. So that means no more visibility for no more zero visibility for the next phase of your life, because it's starting to clear up. No more zero visibility for what's next. All right? Zero visibility means there's no clarity. Zero visibility means there's no movement. Zero visibility means that there's no perspective. There's no insight. Zero visibility means you will stop at the obstacle because you no longer see what's possible. And that's what I'm pushing you forward. I'm pushing you through that phase, that you're not going to stop at this obstacle, because now visibility and clarity is going to let you see what is possible. Visibility is the ability to be seen under given conditions of distance, of light, of atmosphere, and etc. You need vision to tell you where you're going, but you need visibility to show you how to get there. You know, even when one of the things we hate most is to instantly lose sight of something. Okay, could you imagine if all of a sudden, wherever you are, it just went pitch black? You'll be sitting here in the dark with your eyes wide open, trying to feel you. Why? Because we don't like it when visibility is just suddenly cut off. Even if it's a friend just playing a joke on you, they come up from behind you and cover your eyes. We hate that, because it's something about not being able to see. It's something about not having our visibility that we don't like. It shakes us. So when I was stuck in the storm, I want to leave you with 2 strategies for pressing through these moments when visibility is hurting vision. 2 strategies is this. Number 1, I realized I did 2 things in the midst of that storm. And as I look back on it, it's true in life. It's true in our business. And that is, number 1, I kept my hands on the steering wheel. And number 2, I kept my foot on the brake. That seems simple, doesn't it? My foot was on the brake. Matter of fact, that's strategy 1. My foot was on the brake. My foot was on the brake. We have to learn to apply the brakes. What do I mean by that? Some things you have to put a stop to before it stops you. And it can be a challenge to put a stop to things. And I'm going to be honest. It's a challenge to put the brakes on people you know. It's a challenge to put the brakes, worse yet, on people you love. You know, I graduated high school in 1993 and started my first company in 1994. And I remember having the plan written out, typed up, had photos to go with it, had articles of incorporation, had my fees together, had a whole packet ready to send off and get it started. And I come into the house and let my mom see it. It's like, Mom, look at it. I've been working on it. Here's the packet and the progress, and see everything. And Mom looked at the first page and just kind of glanced at it. She looked at the second page, you know, skimmed through it, looked at the third page, closed the packet, handed it back to me. And she said this, she says, how are you going to do all that? You see, how are you going to do all that? And I learned early that sometimes you have to apply the brakes to people who don't see it and believe in it the same way you do. You see what I'm saying? So I learned, even from that point on, I never really included my parents much in my business decisions, because limitations only exist in the minds of people who have no vision. So people who don't have a vision don't have an expectation. And if they don't have an expectation, they're not going to respond or react or get involved when the opportunity arises. So you have to learn to apply the brakes to some people in your life and just wait for that storm to pass. And strategy number 2, keep on holding to the steering wheel. Keep on holding on to the steering wheel. I need to tell you that you have steered to this point in your life by being diligent. Hold on to that steering wheel. You have steered to this point in your life with excellence. Hold on to that steering wheel. You have steered to this point in your life with being confident. You have steered your life to this point with having good standards, with having good practices, with having high standards. So hold on to that steering wheel, even all the way through till the cloud lifts. Keep holding on to these principles that got you this far. Life is full of disappointments, disasters, and distractions. but you need to keep on holding on to that steering wheel. And you know, and even the pastor side of me will tell you to keep on holding on to your faith. Hold on to your faith. That's a part of the steering wheel, because, you know, God didn't bring you this far to leave you. This storm is going to lift. You know, within the last 3.5 years, I could just tell you, disappointments, disasters, and distractions have hit me personally, right? You know, I was ordained as a new senior pastor within these last 3.5 years. So taking on a whole new ministry, it has enough responsibility of its own. But then after that, I was sabotaged by leaders, other leaders in that ministry who were fighting against the transition. But then soon after that, you know, the church building itself and half of our county here was destroyed by a natural disaster, Hurricane Michael, Category 5. And then right after that, my mom's health took a turn for the worse, and we ended up losing her. She passed on Father's Day of 2019. And right after that, I had to take my daughter into a major surgery for her back because she had severe curvature of the spine and scoliosis that had to be done. And then right after that, coming in, you know, COVID-19, it became another distraction for achieving all kind of goals we set out to do. And even right now, my dad is now, his health is taking a turn. And so we're dealing with those issues and negative report after report. But guess what? You can rest assured that I'm still just holding steady to the steering wheel, the same steering wheel of diligence, faithfulness, commitment, holding on, pressing through, working hard. That's what we have to do until the cloud lifts, because life is full of distractions, disasters, and disappointments. So no matter what the challenges you face, no matter what challenges are facing you, guess what? Challenges create champions. And as you overcome it, you'll see yourself make that forward progress. Keep holding on to that steering wheel. So there's more to come. Stay on course. You can either complain about the opportunities you miss, or you can start preparing for the ones that are ahead. So this is the year for your vision to become more clear. All right. So I want to leave you with that. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being a part of this session. Thank you for being a part of the Black CEO and Iconic. I welcome you to also follow me. There's areas where you can follow me and get in contact with me. If you're looking and if you need visibility and clarity restored to your vision and to your purpose, reach out to me and connect with me. And I'll be happy to share even more. And let's unpack this even more in your situation, in your life, how you can move from visibility, low visibility, zero visibility, into now clarity for your vision to come alive. All right. So thank you once again. It's been a joy and a pleasure to share with you. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Hello. My name is Ronaldo Randall. I am a leadership, business, and life strategist, serial entrepreneur. And so it's my pleasure to be speaking to you today about mindset and how to create a mindset that'll take you to the next level so you can get out of your own way. And so today we're going to talk about mindset acquisition and mindset maintenance, right? So there's an acquisition part and there's a maintenance part. And so I'm going to give you a 10-step process for mindset acquisition and maintenance that is mentioned in my most recent book. So let's talk a little, let me build the context. And so mindset supersedes skill set. You might want to write that down. Mindset supersedes skill set, right? Just like hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And so this idea of mindset superseding skill set, a great depiction of it would be, for me, if you've ever seen the Netflix documentary, The Founder, where it talks about the McDonald's enterprise, and it talks about how it came to be and how Ray Kroc got into the picture. And if you haven't watched it, watch it. But Ray Kroc was the person that had the mindset. He was a visionary. But the McDonald's brothers, they were the ones that had the skill set. They had the system, they made the burgers, it was their brainchild. but they couldn't take it to where it needed to go because they didn't have the mindset or the vision. And so Ray Kroc did that, and he is the one that we hear about when we hear about McDonald's, right? And so, you know, a multinational company. And so that's the difference between skill set and mindset. I also want to talk a little bit about just, you know, the first of the year just passed. Here we are, and in January, everybody sets this one. It leads the charts in all New Year's resolutions, right? That is to lose weight. And so that's a mindset acquisition. You acquired a mindset that said you were going to lose weight. Yet, however, that becomes more difficult when it's time for the rubber to meet the road, and it's time to maintain that, right? When it's time to continue to set on the course that you set out to do, it becomes more difficult, right? People don't usually stick with it. About 50% of people will stop that journey by February, right? And so it's easy to adopt a mindset, but to maintain it is a little bit more difficult, right? And so let's talk a little bit about what I'm going to talk about today. And so I'm going to go through these 10 steps, but I also want you to understand that in many cases I become, and when I'm talking, sometimes I'm a mailman, right? I'm delivering something to people. I just don't know what's in the package. I'm giving my message, I'm teaching, I'm training, and I don't know what's landing. I don't know if I'm watering, planting, watering, or harvesting an idea in somebody's mind, concept. But today I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm a mechanic, right? Or even a manufacturer. So you all have all the raw materials, but I'm gonna help you put it together so that you don't have to worry about anything except driving, right? So you have all the raw materials, but I'm the mechanic. I'm gonna put the engine, the transmission, the radiator, the axle, the tires, I'm gonna put it all together so you have your automobile, you have your vehicle so that you can get to where you need to get to without thinking about it, right? Because success doesn't happen by mistake, and mindsets don't happen by mistake either, right? You can say that mindsets happen in two different ways. There's a revolutionary, right, where something happens, bow, and then your mindset changes, or evolutionary, over time, little by little, inch by inch, your mindset changes. And so I'm going to help clean that up. We're going to do a 10-step process. So follow as we go through. We're going to take some notes and then give you all a free gift at the end. All right, so the first thing you want to do when you're acquiring a mindset. So the first three really are about acquisition of the mindset, and then the latter 7 are about maintaining it. So the first thing is you have to make a decision. Write that down, make a decision. You have to make a decision. And so when you make a decision, just like you may have made a decision at the beginning of the year, for me and for you, you need to do something to make that thing stick, right? Because people make decisions and then there's no skin in the game. And so what you need to do is you need to do something, take an action. You took action today, right? You're on a conference, like you took an action. Put some money to it. Tell a close friend, tell somebody you respect so they can hold you liable and accountable for what you said you were going to do, right? And so that's the decision. Many times you got to come up with a why, right? We talk about why. What's the thing that's going to make you move forward when you don't feel like doing it? Some people's whys are not them because you let yourself down all the time. It's somebody else, family, kids, grandmother, spouse, significant other. And let that be the why. I like to call it what horrifies you, that thing that horrifies you. So we break that down to an acronym, WHY. What horrifies you? What are you so scared of getting back into, falling out of, that you're willing to continue to work when you're tired and you don't want to work when you're sleepy? And it's all those different things. And so let's transition directly right into discipline. So discipline is number 2. So to be able to have that, to make that decision and follow up with some of the things I said at the latter part of that description, is that you have to have some discipline. And so discipline is hard. This is where many people falter, right? It's that thing that you say you're going to do it in a spirit and a state of mind where you feel good about it. But the discipline is continuing to do that thing when you're no longer in that state of mind. You don't feel the same way. You're not energetic the same way. And that's the discipline. And so discipline weighs, Jim Rohn says it this way: discipline weighs ounces, regret weighs tons. And so it's either you're going to deal with the weight of the discipline up front, or you're going to deal with the weight of the regret on the back end. So do things, put things in place that are going to make you disciplined, right? Disciplined people are good stewards of everything in their life: time, talents, and treasures. So you have to become disciplined about the things in your life, particularly your time. You have to own your time. Don't let anybody rob you of your time. So put things in place that make you disciplined, right? So write it down. If you don't write it down, you don't mean it, but you got to put things in place that will keep you disciplined to the thing that you said that you were going to do outside of your why, right? So now you say, my why is my mom. The things that are keep me disciplined is I'm going to set my alarm. I'm going to involve other people so they have to do it when I do it. These are things that make you disciplined. And then the third one, right? So the top three, once again, are about the acquisition. The third one is you need to become obsessed with whatever it is that's in your mind, right? If you're at work, you ought to be cheating on your job with your dream because you are so obsessed with it. And you need to be obsessed to the point where people talking about you. They can be saying good things or bad things, but if they're not talking about you, you aren't doing enough. Period. You're not doing enough. And obsession often gets a bad rap because it's often tied to things that are negative. However, you can coin it how you want to. You make it positive. You need to be positively obsessed with that thing you want to do. Think about it. You need to be engulfed in it, right? It should engulf your mind. I know my dreams don't let me go to sleep. Some people dream when they're asleep. My dreams don't let me go to sleep because I'm obsessed with it. Always reading, always podcasting, always YouTubing, always thinking, always obsessed, right? All right, so now let's jump into the maintenance. Number 4 is personal development. So you are partaking in personal development right now, right? You're here. This is personal development. And personal development is very, very important. I suggest that you do it first thing in the morning, as early as you can, to set the stage for your life and your mind, right? Set the stage for your day. Take control of your day early, right? I suggest that you get a good mix of content-rich stuff as well as motivation. Content-rich information as well as motivation. Get it in early, all right? And then I also would suggest, let me give you this little tidbit to keep you encouraged. So people say that motivation doesn't last, and they're correct, but neither does a shower. And so that means the same way you shower every day, and I hope you do, is the same way you need to get that motivation every day and get it early and get it often. So motivation and content, you need that personal development to make you a better person so you can step in to the shoes that you'll be filling in the future, right? Next level. And then number 5 is self-talk. Number five, we're number 5 now. Number 5 is self-talk. So you need that professional development so you can say positive things to yourself. So there's several levels of consciousness, and I'll go into that later. But let's just talk about subconscious and conscious. Conscious is what you're seeing from me right now, right? I'm talking, I appear confident, hopefully, and I'm telling you about, we'll tell you some information. And so this is the conscious me. And then the subconscious, I could have imposter syndrome. I could be shy. I could have low self-esteem, right? And so what you do is the positive self-talk is going to come from the professional development, right? You put the stuff into yourself so you can speak it to yourself, because you're always going to have this thing on your shoulder or inside you tell you that you're not good enough. And in fact, what you should do is whenever you feel like that, you should take some type of action. Take an action like that. Stand up, right? Get your dopamine going. And then immediately think a positive thought, right? Because you want to get your conscious and subconscious on the same page. And so you got to continue to say positive things to yourself. You get fed so much negativity that you got to combat that with double the amount of positivity, but immediately. All right, so that's number 5. Number 6, tighten up your circle. Tighten up your circle. And I got that concept from, I don't know who out there is in tune with hip hop, but in 2005, Beanie Siegel had a song. And in his song, he said, tighten up your circle before it hurts you. And that stuck with me for years, decades. And what it means, you hear it said a lot of different ways, is that, you're a reflection of your friends. You will be a reflection of the top 5 people in your circle, right? The 5 people you spend the most time with. You emulate that which you assimilate. Or you simulate that which I said it right the first time. So you emulate that which you assimilate. And so tighten up your circle. If you're the smartest person in your circle, you need to expand your circle. This is very hard for people because it means letting people go or spending less time with them, but you got to tighten up your circle. And I'm going to leave that there, and we'll revisit that on another platform. And then number 7, help people. Number 7 is help people. A lot of people like to help people once they get the money. Then they want to be a philanthropist. You want to help people when you get the money. Start helping people early. My flagship business was a 501c3. I got into the entrepreneur business game helping people. But you want to help people because the more people you help, you will win by default. You want to help people. You never know how things might change and your situation might change. And so you want to help people. And I'll tell you this, no one can steal your glory. No one can take your gifts. They didn't give it to you. And whatever is there out there for you to get, no one can get it. And so once you adopt that mindset, then you're not going to be worried about if I help this person or am I competing with them for customers, right? That type of thing. Help people in and out of your business, in and out of your industry. Help them when you can. without thinking about I'm gonna get something in return, without an alternative motive. All right. So number 8 is gratitude. You want to be thankful. Lot of positive energy, lot of successful, highly successful people talk about gratitude, doing it early in the morning, right up there towards the time when you're doing your personal development. Gratitude, write down things you're thankful for. Because the truth of the matter is you have all your faculties, hopefully, activity of your limbs, regulation of your mind. So you should be grateful for those things. If you lose everything, you should be able to get it back. If you built a business and it crumbles for whatever reason, you lose it for whatever reason, you should be able to build it back. And so you should be grateful that the business is not the business, that you're the business. And if you did it once, you could do it twice. All you need is all of this, all of that, right? That's all you need. So be grateful, because the truth of the matter is that none of it's yours anyway. And so you can't control any of it anyway. You can't control you wake up in the morning. And so you need to be grateful every day you wake up so that you have more time to do what you put on this earth to do. And then be uncomfortable. Become comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's another favorite of highly successful people. Like, you will not, if you stay in your comfort zone, you're gonna be in trouble, because there's no growth with comfort. Just like when you're working out, like, you have to stretch the muscle so that the muscle builds so that you can become stronger, right? Your success is right on the other side of that uncomfortable situation, that fear. And in fact, fear is a part of the process. Don't be scared to fail. In fact, fail faster so you can learn faster, so that you can get to what you need to get to, what's out there for you. You know, the failures build you, and the successes build your business. But you are the business. So either way, you win. And the last one is number 10, which is balance. You know what? 1 through 9 are gonna put you out of balance. I try to discover the formula for balance, and there's no set formula. The thing is, you gotta grind hard. Early mornings, late nights on occasion. Sometimes you're sleeping into your sleep, dipping into your sleep bank. Sometimes you're not. But balance is something that you always have to adjust and readjust based on the season in your life, based on the season in your business, based on the season in your enterprise. I will also say this: always keep things in priority, right? For me, it's God, family, business, work, and everything else comes after that, right? So keep things in perspective. And remember, don't put down the things that you care about when you pick up your new endeavor that you're going to be obsessed about. And so really quick, one last time, they are all 10: decision, discipline, obsession, personal development, self-talk, tighten up your circle, help others, gratitude, be unafraid, right? Be uncomfortable, and balance. That they are all 10 to get you that mindset acquisition and mindset maintenance you need to take you to the next level. Visit my website for your free gift, right? friendsinbiz.com/resources. There's 2 resources there. I think that if you use them, they will help you to get to the next level through acquisition and maintenance of your mindset, but it also are some tools there as well. So thank you, Ronaldo Randall signing out. So do not forget to go to access your free gift, friendsinbiz.com/resources. That's friends spelled normally, INBIZ.com/resources spelled normally, to access your free gift. Thank you.
Good evening and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be able to present with you today. My name is Tiran Jackson, and I plan to cover with you some information regarding being inspired and facing adversity and how you overcome it. However, I'm not going to present it in a traditional style. I'm going to teach you guys some things related to what I call the Soulful Success University. Basically, I'm going to cover with you guys points of success that you can take away and apply in business, in your personal life, in numerous areas as it relates to when you face any challenges, any obstacles, or anything that might be preventing you from getting to where you need to be.
However, I'm going to put a spin on it. I have an interesting and traumatic story in which I want to share with you all part of my blueprint towards overcoming the adversity that was faced. And in doing so, share with you guys a little more about myself, my journey, and identify ways that things can be taken away from what I went through and applied with what you're going through in your business, in your day-to-day life, and in the long-term perspective of what you're going to face. So with that, I'm going to open up a PowerPoint presentation and share with you guys the walkthrough of the Soulful Success University. As you can see, this is intended to provide resilient inspiration and give you guys an indication on some of the things that we can take away from the story that I've gone through in order to provide success to you in the future. First off, I'm going to start off with giving you a little bit of background and a little something that I want you to understand as it relates to me as I get into this story. First off, I hope you had a chance to watch my keynote speech earlier, my defining moment. Within there, I'll go into some details of my personal story and issues in tremendous detail. However, I'm going to give you a brief recap as to what got me and led me into this position. I'll start off by saying this. For me, it all started 2.5 years ago. Life was great. Look at that handsome couple on the screen. That was myself and my wife. 2 years ago, we went to the Bahamas and we were celebrating our 15th wedding anniversary. At that point in time, we both were rising in our careers. Family life was great. We had a very strong, powerful, great relationship, and we were looking to be able to connect, spend some time together, and do some things that we hadn't had a chance to do just because of how hectic and busy our lives were. Got to the Bahamas. First 2 days were phenomenal. We got to have a great time. The vacation was great. Got to have some delicious dinner, delicious food, go to the beach, have some drinks, just enjoy our time reconnecting with one another. Things were wonderful. Things were great. We thought this was the best vacation that we had been on. And we were sitting there as we were sharing with each other, going over through some of what our dreams and fantasies for what we saw ahead. You know, when you get to that time to connect with that special person and you get the chance to actually, you know, unwind, relax, and get to think ahead about how great things are going to be, knowing that things have already been great leading up to that. And that's one of the things that we were really into. So this was a picture that was taken on the second day of our trip to the Bahamas. As I said, things were great. The third day, we were planning to go on a boating excursion where we were going to enjoy ourselves and get to see more of the island and just embrace our relationship and get stronger within that relationship. However, there was a change in plans, an unforeseen tragedy. If you see the picture on the left, you see a boat burning. Why is that boat burning, you may ask? Well, my wife and I, we got on that particular boat and started our excursion that morning. 5 minutes into the trip, the boat exploded. I was left on the surface of that burning boat, face down as those flames were rising. My wife, she was thrown off the boat as a result of the explosion. Without going into complete detail, my wife, she died as a result of that accident. She was able to survive 2 hours before she was announced deceased. Along those same lines, I had significant bodily harm. As a result of that accident, I lost part of my left leg. I was broken in multiple places. I was knocked unconscious 5 times. I had to go through a tremendous level of physical recovery just to get back to where I am today. I was going through mental issues because I was struggling. I came through a state of depression that I had to fight out of. I had PTSD for a period of time. I had memory loss, things that you wouldn't even fathom on top of what I was already dealing with the emotional and physical pain that I was going through. And I was even in a state where I questioned my faith in God, because I asked myself, why did this have to happen? Why did this have to happen to us? Malika was a great person, a great woman. She lived her life the right way. Why was she taken at such an early age? Why was I in this state where I was on the verge of dying myself? And I didn't know if I was going to survive. So things went from being wonderful, great, and perfect to, in that defining moment, My happy life that I was living was interrupted. And then I'm in a state of, what am I going to do? As I say, at this point, I was at the lowest point imaginable in my life. I was in true despair and I didn't know what I was going to do. So with that background, let me transition into what Soulful Success University is. And what I want to do is be able to teach you guys some principles that I've learned and experienced as I've walked through this journey from that time 2.5 years ago until today. First thing you may ask yourself is this for me? Well, as we go through this, I want you to ask yourself several questions as we go through this process. One, if you've ever had something bad happen and you didn't know what to do, and you ask yourself, well, what will I do now? You're sort of lost, you're sort of confused. Then Soulful Success University may be for you. Now, as you know, we're facing a difficult, unprecedented, unforeseen challenges now. We've got, things dealing with COVID. There's a lot of things. It's the way we operate our business that we have had to change over time. We may be working a 9 to 5, and that may be going well. It may not be. And there may be some struggles from an entrepreneurial standpoint with your own business. So with these challenges, you got to ask yourself, do I have a clear strategy on how I'm going to get out of it? Maybe you've had a situation where you've either had to go through a significant change. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you've gone through divorce. Maybe you've gone through something that has changed life as you know it. If that's the case, then Soulful Success University may be something that is very beneficial to you. If you're dealing with adversity and you're feeling this sense of just being stuck and can't get out of bed, can't move, can't proceed with progressing your life, and you need to figure out how to recover, then some of the points that I'm going to go into may be ideal for you and may be helpful in going through this process and learning more with regards to soulful success. And then just in general, am I in a state of despair? Do I know what I'm doing next? Am I just going through life and not making any progress or taking the right steps forward? If the answer to that is I don't know, or yes, I am in that state of despair, then soulful success might help add some clarity into some of the things that you may need to do in order to progress and move forward with your life. As a result of my experiences, I've had to go through a great deal of stress, of obstacles, of challenges, and my original plan was completely demolished. But in the midst of it, I've been able to find my purpose. And that purpose has come through the pain that I've endured, but it's also allowed me to be able to help others and be able to develop my business and expand in different ways. So with the situation that I was dealt with, considering that I've been able to find ways of being able to apply some of the things that I experienced into success, there may be ways within the Soulful Success University that you could greatly benefit from learning some of the principles that we'll cover here. So I want to start off with giving you guys some of the main takeaways that I want to share with you guys. And this is an introduction to a more extensive program, but in this workshop, we're going to cover just the high level points of it. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about some of the details of what I faced through my recovery from that defining moment to where I am today. As I stated, to me, part of the primary objective of this is to find your purpose through pain. And what I'm going to share with you is just my personal roadmap to recovery from the setbacks that I happen to face. Along those same lines, things became clearer for me. So I'm going to go through my process of exploration. In doing so, that created clarity on the new purpose that I had in my life, because the purpose that I believed I had before that defining moment was not the same as the purpose I realized as I've gone through the last 2.5 years of my personal journey. I want to work with people to help them understand how to identify what that purpose may be and the ways and techniques to pursue that purpose. And in addition, I want you to walk away feeling somewhat inspired and motivated as well. We all need to get a clear focus on how to get back on track when we've had to face this pain or this adversity, whether it's from a business perspective, whether it's in our personal lives. For me, I had to go through a great deal of physical recovery, as many others may have to, and then the emotional setbacks that come along with maybe losing someone or having something traumatic happen to either ourselves or people that we know. In doing so, I want to share with you guys the principles and the way that this course is set up, because our foundation covers several different key modules in which I want to make sure that we touch on. These are go through phases through my journey and takeaways that I have from each. The first one is just the rebuild or relapse, that option there. And when you're in a situation, right after that situation occurs, that tragedy occurs, you have to get your plan together sooner or else you can fall backward. Mirror manifestations, looking at the person in the mirror and being able to figure out what is he or she going to do next. I'm going to cover with you how to be resilient by design, because resiliency is so critical and so important when you're facing these challenges and adversity, because we're all going to be knocked back, knocked down, but resiliency is defined by the means of being able to bounce back and recover from any type of tremendous trauma. I want to share with you about the tribe of transformation, because this is something that encompasses more than just yourself. There's others that's going to be involved. There's no single person who has found success by themselves. And sometimes we need to factor in how we're going to integrate the people that are involved in our lives. And in some cases, maybe have to find other people to be brought into our lives in order to help us to move forward. From stress to success just covers with dealing with some of the things that may cause us tremendous frustration and challenges, and just the issues that we're dealing with, and get ourselves from that state to that future point to where we're actually thriving, where we're actually getting to where we want to be. And also cover how we want to learn how to lead with love. I think there's tremendous leaders out there in the world, but one thing that I realized through my journey is there's an element of love that comes in with everything that we do. And if you want to touch and inspire people, you have to actually have a genuine love and use that love in the practices that you actually uphold and carry through. And then finally, I want to touch on the future forward. As I said, I'm going to share with you my journey, my path as to getting to this point, and then some of the things that can be taken away and applied in your journey, in your experiences, going down your path to where you're trying to get to in life. One takeaway I want you to understand as I go through this, because I was knocked down beyond what I ever imagined, but I chose to be resilient. And keep in mind, resiliency is a choice that we all can make for ourselves. So as I get into this, the first element I want to share with you about is the rebuild or relapse. And in my case, this was the immediate aftermath of the defining moment, the accident. As I shared, after the explosion, my life changed completely. My wife was taken from me. I suddenly became a single father. I was broken in so many ways, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And just getting through that shock is the first thing, just being able to survive that moment. One of the things I want to talk about is just the things that I had to deal with or had to use in order to get me through those moments. As I stated, the first couple of days, I was in tremendous pain. I had to go through multiple surgeries. I had to get transported from one clinic to another hospital and go through several emergency surgeries just to survive, just to live. At that point, I didn't necessarily have the means of being able to determine what the next action was going to be. So I was somewhat out of control of what was going to happen. But I also knew I needed to try to get my mind in the right place in order to get through these challenges. In doing so, one of the things that I took away as I was starting to get past the initial surgeries just to survive was I had to come to grips with the fact of my wife was gone. and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I had all of these feelings and emotions inside. And so for me, one of the greatest steps that helped me start to make sense of what was going on, because it was all such a blur, was I needed to start journaling. I never was really someone who was great in documenting and recounting everything that happened. But this was a means of me, from an emotional standpoint, being able to put on paper, not just sort of what happened, but some of the feelings that I was going through emotionally, knowing that my wife was gone. I started reflecting back to some of the times early in our relationship and some of those great moments. And in some ways, it brought sadness. It brought tremendous sadness, but it was the first step. I had to do something because I didn't want to fall into a tremendous state of depression. I was already dealing with a high level of tremendous physical pain, and life for me was not comfortable at all during those times. I couldn't move. It was a struggle to eat. It was a struggle to just get through those moments. But as I was able to move towards those, getting through that first week, that immediate time in the aftermath, I was being pushed to try to do things even though I didn't want to. While I was in the hospital, I was being asked to start doing a little bit of occupational therapy. I could barely get out of the bed. I couldn't get out of the bed. They had to teach me how to push myself out of the hospital bed with one arm because I was in such pain and all of my other limbs were damaged. But doing these things was just, I didn't recognize it at the time, but looking back, those were the things that gave me that initial push in order to start the process of healing. As far as dealing with others, because in that immediate moment, I really wanted to be a recluse. I couldn't deal with talking with anyone that wasn't in my close or immediate family. And as you can imagine, there were a huge number of friends and family and people who knew Malika and people who just knew of the story and knew of us that wanted to reach out to me. But I was not in a state of mind of being able to communicate. I was drained. I was physically drained. I was emotionally in despair and didn't have it in me to go through that. There were numerous requests for news interviews and people who just wanted to talk. And I knew I wasn't in the place to do that. One of the better decisions that I made was not to do that. And my family was with me during this time to sort of shelter me from some of those things, because all they were going to do were trigger back those thoughts, memories, and emotions of what happened. So I want to say that because in taking those steps to avoid too many additional distractions that were going to take me back to a bad place, and also understanding that the immediate needs for me at that point were to make it through the physical surgery and just try to keep my sanity, coming to grips with the fact that my wife is gone. One of the things I recommend when dealing with a traumatic situation and is in that aftermath, that immediate time once it's occurred, the first step I want to say is you need to learn to assess what the situation is and start the process. Start the process. Like I stated, me doing that occupational therapy was me doing something to get a process started. Me being able to journal and to document things as it related to what my relationship was and the person that I lost helped me grow emotionally. Even though it was a small step, it was a step in the right direction and allowed me to begin making progress. This can be taken over into the business world. You know, sometimes things may not go as we wanted to as far as our business. Our sales numbers may drop, or we may have something drastic change the way we operate. But one of the things I want to recommend is that we all assess that situation and then start making some type of action, doing something that may push you in the right direction. That's how we begin coming to grips with the fact that things have changed. My mirror manifestations. This takes a look at taking a real look at yourself. taking a real look at that situation and coming to grips with what reality is. As you can see, that man on the right side, that's myself. And that was the first time that I actually looked in the mirror and took a picture and actually paid attention to me. This was 2 months after the accident. Prior to then, I rarely wanted to see anything related to what I look like physically. I had to come to grips with the fact that the life that I had before was gone and that it was gone forever. And I also had to come to grips with the reality of my situation. It took some time, but for me to face that reality and not want to be in denial, there were plenty of times where there were family and even some friends wanting to talk to me and share with me, you know, things to get me off my mind, off of what was truly happening as I was starting to recover. But there did come a point in time where I had to try to gain some closure on what happened and what was going on. Some of that closure came from me when I got an understanding of really what happened to my wife, Malika, from the accident. As I stated, she passed away, but she was alive for 2 hours after the accident occurred. Based on what was shared with me at a later point in time, she had tremendous damage to her lower extremities. If she would have survived, she would have had a very poor quality of life. And I wouldn't have wanted to see her suffer like that. She wouldn't have wanted to suffer like that. But finding that information out did make it a little bit easier for me to understand why she was taken in that situation and not spared. Thankfully for me, I've been able to physically recover and get past my injuries, but the outlook for her wasn't going to be so great. So understanding that gave me some solace in knowing that at least she's not suffering here. And along those same lines, I had to get even closer to the Lord than I was in the midst of getting through the challenges that I was facing. I had to get a better understanding on death and the transition of those from this earthly world to the spiritual world where eternal afterlife is had. So in consultations with my pastor and other people who helped me understand the word and the reasoning why some of these things happen, I had a greater understanding and at least a greater sense of comfort in knowing that Malika was still going to live on forever and that she was going to be an angel for myself, my son, and those that she touched. Also, just knowing her legacy, she was able to touch a great number of people. She serviced people in different capacities from various organizations, from the church, and just all around. If there was a way for her to volunteer and help people, she did. She left she was a beacon of light to a number of people in this world and helped make this world a better place. So knowing that her legacy was somewhat set and in place gave me some acceptance towards the fact that even though she was no longer here, she did make an impact on the world. As far as myself, standing in this mirror had me face my fears, knowing that the initial moment where I had to notify my son that mom isn't coming back, I was afraid of doing that. That was the hardest thing that I had to do. He was staying with family in the US while we were in the Bahamas, and to make that phone call was one of the most difficult things. But there came a point where I knew I just had to do it. Knowing that there's a fear that now I am the only parent. There was a level of comfort that come knowing all I had to do were the things to be a good father and that she was going to handle everything as it related to being a mom. She was the president of the PTA association for the school that he went to, was active and involved in a number of different committees, and did a great job of parenting him and giving him that motherly love. Now that's taken away from him. And now I've got to figure out how am I going to try to even come close to doing those things. So there was an anxiety and fear associated with all of a sudden being a single parent, not just a single parent, but a single parent with disabilities and hindrances and limitations that I can't even get up and do the things that I would normally have been able to do before. I also had to come to the mental acceptance of the fact that I was not the same, that I was never going to be able to walk in the same way that I had walked previously. I was never going to be able to run and play basketball and just move without thinking in the ways that I did before. Looking at this picture in the mirror made me come to grips with that. And so sometimes we find ourselves in denial of things, but we have to take that moment to look in the mirror and see exactly where we are. The takeaway I want us to understand from this is sometimes you do have to accept that certain things will never go back to how they used to be. Now, this doesn't prevent us from being able to move forward into a better place, but it does make it where the sooner we come to grips with that past is really in the past, the easier it's going to be for us to take that first step and move forward. Now, I want to share with you a little bit about resiliency. And just my resiliency and how important I think resiliency is when you're dealing with troubling situations and challenging obstacles. In the midst of my story, I had multiple times where God could have took my life as well. I survived that initial explosion. I was left burning on the boat, and there were things that happened that got me off of that boat. Other passengers from a second boat were able to get me off before I burned to flames. But I could have been taken at that moment. As I was in a Bohemian hospital, I was laying in the bed, and through some of the operations that they attempted to provide and do, my health actually got worse. My left foot, which was 80% separated from my leg, was attempted to be reattached. In doing so, it caused infection to spread throughout my body. As I was laying in that bed, all of my vitals went from a state of being in a stable condition and showing and registering green on the EKG monitor to suddenly getting to a concerning state, turning yellow, to all of a sudden turning red. My blood pressure got extremely high. My heart rate just laying in the bed was up to 150 beats per minute. I had a temperature of 104 degrees, and I was sitting there saying to myself and talking to God, coming to the realization that I was going to die in that bed. Now, through a number of things that happened that I had no control of, I was brought over to the US, taken to a trauma unit, and they had to do emergency surgery to take my leg. And in doing so, that's kept the infection from spreading. Now, I wasn't out of the woods yet. I still had to go through many more surgeries over the course of that next couple of days. And there was a time where I went through 4 surgeries in a day, and my vitals dropped again. But later that evening, I actually started showing signs of recovery. I could have been taken at that moment as well. And by the time I had gotten past that in my conversations with God, it became clear to me that at least physically, the worst was behind me. If he wanted to take me, he could have taken me in one of those 3 times. And that there must be a purpose for me to be here still. I came to understand that if I'm still here and I got a purpose, I might as well keep pushing forward. I might as well do what the doctors are saying. I might as well start to accept the fact and embrace it that I'm going to still be here. At that point, quitting was not going to be an option. At that point, I chose to have the will to live, the will to keep moving forward. And I said to myself in the hospital bed that it's going to get better. And as that was happening, my faith in the Lord and my words were starting to get increase, even though I was still physically broken and emotionally shattered. But yet I wanted to make sure that I was driving forward and that this will was going to push me, not just to live, but to thrive. And I say all of this to say, even though this is dramatic and this is significant, it still parallels with what many of us are facing in our lives, because we're all going to have setbacks of some kind. The thing is that at that point, when I was in the hospital bed, I did make the decision I was going to do whatever I needed to in order to at least have the best quality of life that I could. And that God was going to create a way for that to happen. We all must be willing to be resilient in those moments. And it's a choice for us to be resilient. And that's a choice we should make every day. So when our business is not going as it should, when our sales may not be getting as many as we should, maybe enough people aren't visiting our website or clicking purchase, that's fine. We have to figure out ways of being resilient through those difficult times and thinking that we're going to still push through, because that positive effort, that positive energy is going to be what drives us through getting through that storm and being on the other side better than we started. Another element to the Soulful Success University that I like to touch on is just how it is when we have to incorporate the people in our lives. This is our tribe of transformation is what I like to call it. And for someone, and some of us, we may find ourselves to be, somewhat extremely prideful and reliant on ourselves more than we may need to be. I want to emphasize within this program the importance of having trusted friends and family. For me, as I was starting to recover, some of these people who I got to know and really trusted, they helped me provide some emotional stability and counsel me and give me some understanding on how to deal with this loss and some ways that I should think of it outside of the way that I've been thinking before. Sometimes when we're left to our own thoughts, especially with dealing with something that is negative and traumatic, we may look at it from a perspective that isn't going to be helpful for us to get to a point of thriving again. Having those right people who could give me some advice and help me understand that life is still going to go on and that I did have a purpose that maybe I didn't understand at that time helped me keep moving forward. And I also want to point out the fact that some things that I learned throughout this process was that I had to be vulnerable than I'd ever been before. I had gotten out of a habit of being the one who provided answers all the time and had to be in a situation where I was somewhat helpless. But I had to understand that I'm going to need other people to help me do the things that I needed to do. I was confined to a wheelchair for essentially 2.5 months. And for a period of that time, I had to be pushed around. And this was so much different than what I had been used to. But it took me relying on my family, on my sister, on those who were closest to me to help me do things that at that point I just couldn't do myself. And the lesson that I took away from that is it's okay. It's okay to be vulnerable. Sometimes the help is there, but if we don't ask for it, if we don't reach out for it, we may not receive it. And we may make things much, much harder than it has to be on ourselves. I had to learn how to accept help. This was something that came over time, but I realized that as long as I had people who were genuine and had the right approach and were really wanting to do the right thing for myself, for my son, and in Malika's loss, that they were going to actually help me get through with things. I had a number of people provide a meal train, provide food for myself and my son when we got back home, and help take care of things, because at that point I couldn't cook, I couldn't provide anything for myself and my son. So that was extremely helpful. I had people push me as I was starting to get a little frustrated and discouraged with the physical therapy that I had to go through, but encouraged me that I needed to do these things. And I even had people who were willing to work out, stretch, and do things with me in order to give me that support in order to keep moving forward. And then I also want to point out, as far as some of us, we do need to understand that there's an element of being humble and learning to appreciate what people bring to the table for us, how we need to value them, and that we start to see that there is a beautiful light within people, and that some people genuinely care. And that opened up my eyes and my heart to wanting to not only appreciate the fact that they were doing these things, but that I allowed myself to be vulnerable to allow them to do those things. And my takeaway is that I want you to think that, you know, you have to be strong enough to stand alone at times, but you also have to be smart enough to be aware and know when you actually need help. And it takes a great person to be brave enough to ask for that help when they know that they need it. And my tribe, my group, my people who were there for me did a tremendous job in doing that when I was at my lowest points in the recovery process. Now, from stress to success touches on part of that tribe, but it goes to the next level. There were things that I knew that I needed that my tribe could not necessarily do completely. As far as being able to deal with the grief and deal with the loss emotionally, figure out how to put those pieces of my life back together, how to deal with the emotional pain that my son was enduring. I needed professional support to do that. I had never been to therapy before, but I knew that I was going to need somebody to help talk me through how to deal with such a change that was going on in my life. I knew that I needed to actually learn how to walk again. Now, as crazy as that sounds, once I healed to a point where I could get a receiver prosthetic, it wasn't as easy as popping it on and just taking steps and walking. There was a level of recovery physically that I had to do, a lot of therapy, a lot of physical training that I had to actually go through before I could even get to that point. I had to have someone push me into doing those things. And I had to have tremendous support from a physical therapist who would help me get through those things. As I stated before, I suffered from a degree of memory loss and PTSD. And anyone who has had to go through those issues and challenges, it's not something that you just happen to overcome by yourself. So I did have to go through numerous steps of neurological tests to understand if my memory loss was going to be something that was permanent, or if it was just going to be something that was temporary, and if it was an issue that I needed to be addressed as soon as possible. So finding the right resources and people to help me get through my needs and make sure that those needs were met is something that takes some of that stress and anxiety off of yourself. And what it did was it really helped me to move forward at a quicker rate. My healing that was going to happen, hopefully naturally, was accelerated because I was able to find people who were experts at what they did and understood how they could help improve my quality of life and take the steps that I needed to in order to move forwards at a quicker rate. There's an element in there that I want to make sure that from a business standpoint, we understand. I needed somebody to help me figure out what I was going to do with my career and give me some life coaching that allowed me to expand from looking at what was directly in front of me over the course of the next 2 to 3 months and think about it from a longer term perspective. This led me to change from being an engineer previously into taking steps into entrepreneurship. And if I didn't have that, it would have been much harder to see what that vision was going to be for me in the future. As I was recovering and even got to where I was stronger enough to even help other people who were going through amputations or going through sudden mental or physical pain and just getting the news of that, or even others who have lost somebody close to them, I was able to see that there was a joy that I found in being able to talk with them and help them get through the challenges that they were facing. Because we're not made to be able to endure these pains by ourselves. And sometimes walking through that journey and having that experience makes it easier for the next person who has to go through it. So as I got this help from the right people, I was able to use that and integrate it with what I was going through in order to help others. What some of this professional support and aid actually did was, as I mentioned before, it expedited my healing process and my recovery process, but it also decreased the likelihood of me making poor decisions and possibly relapsing to a greater state of depression or not being equipped to deal with the grief. And this happens, the takeaway that I want us to understand is sometimes we do need to find the right people and figure out how we're going to incorporate them in our life. This goes back to needing help, but sometimes there's specialized help and a specialized level of knowledge that certain people have that are going to help us understand things better and get things off the ground as it should be. For all of you who are part of this Black CEO Iconic Conference, you're taking steps because you've taken the step to learn from people who have already accomplished things, seeing people who have already faced struggles and battles within their businesses that you may be seeing and facing today. There may be someone who's going to provide you coaching in the future that you're going to learn and meet from this conference that you wouldn't have before because they're speaking to something that you specifically need, and in identifying what those needs are and actually going forward and getting that support, you're doing yourself a major service in trying to progress at a faster rate. So keep that in mind. We're not going to all be able to do everything by ourselves, and we do need to recognize when we need help. Another element to my recovery that tremendously helped me was the need to learn how to lead with love. And I want to paraphrase this as just understanding what my priorities and purpose were. As far as clarity on my priority, I want to take you back 4 years ago. Malika and I, we had a conversation, and it was one of those what if conversations. What if something happens to me? And I remember it clear as day. She said, if something happened to me, I have several things I want you to do. I want you to move forward and be happy. And I don't want you to grieve too long. I don't want you to get stuck in a place where you can't move forward. I want you to make sure you do everything in power to make sure that our son is taken care of and that you're raising him to be the man that he needs to be. So in my process of recovery, I constantly reflected back on those words that she shared with me. And that became some of my motivating force in order to keep pushing, keep moving forward. Times when I didn't want to do the physical therapy in order to just get to a point where I could walk again, so I could be functional, so I could be able to be the dad that I needed to be for my teenage son. It drove me into doing those things. When I knew that I was going to have to ignite a career again and be able to get out of bed and start grinding, start working, start doing things to make things better for myself and my son, her voice was still in my ear. And that really gave me a true sense of what my priorities were. And then the purpose came not only in doing what I needed to be a better father for my son and a better individual on this earth, but to, as I stated before, I found that there was joy for me in helping others to succeed. Others who were going through traumatic surgeries, or others who have lost either their significant others or have lost their job and didn't know what they were doing. As I was healing, I was trying to heal other people. And that purpose just became more and more clear as I did more of this. So it started to make it clear what God wanted me here for on this earth still. So I want to leave you with this portion. Let that love and let that purpose that you happen to have be your guiding light. And as you learn to help others, you don't realize it, but you're helping yourself develop and heal and grow throughout this world. This can be used in business and personal. This can be used in every aspect of our life. But learning to love others and learning what that love is that you want to apply will help us all move forward in this world. Finally, the last point that I want to touch on that the Soulful Success University is going to give you more detail on is just the overall change, your mindset and perspective. Over the course of the past 2.5 years, I learned that even though I had a great first half of my life, that I don't spend too much time looking backward at what it was and trying to get back to something that I had. I treated as if I had to close that book. And now I had to create a new book, and I'm moving forward into the new chapter of that life. And I look ahead as to what's to come. And I try to make sure that the things that I'm doing are preparing myself to meet that future desire, that future expectation, that future goal. We can't go back and change what has happened. And when adversity hits, that's something that we can't go back and affect. I've had to transition to what my new normal is and accept it. As I stated, changing career, and I have a new focus on what's to come and where I'm headed. And then in the process of going through this journey, I found that there's a level of self-discovery where I found my authentic self. I found things that fulfill me, have a better understanding of how to love myself and love others, and using my purpose in order to impact people in ways I never imagined. And what I see now is that that positive attitude that comes along with it, even though it was a major, tremendous setback, actually leads to progress and results are achieved. And as you start achieving more of your goals and your results, that attitude is only going to increase, and you're going to want to touch and help more people in a positive light in this world. So keep this in mind. In challenging times, you must have the strength and the integrity to be honest, not only with yourself, but others, on where you are currently and where you're trying to go in the future. With that, that's a short introduction into the Soulful Success University and some of the things that I want to share with you. My name is Tiran Jackson. I am the owner and principal of Reborn Resilient, and you can find me on the internet, on the website at rebornresilient.com. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn under my name, Tiran Jackson, or under Reborn Resilient. Be on the lookout. I'm gonna share more of my story in my upcoming book, My Defining Moment, and there will be more insight into the Soulful Success University going forward. Thank you all. I hope you're having a wonderful conference and have a great day. This is Tiran Jackson, owner of Reborn Resilient. I'd like to take a second to invite you to my workshop, the Soulful Success University. This workshop follows my keynote that you should check out titled, My Defining Moment. In this workshop, we lay out the blueprint for overcoming adversity and obstacles, which are relevant to our interpersonal lives, in business, in our health, and even in the relationships that we have with others. I invite you to join me to learn more about how to get past these challenges that may be holding you from reaching your fullest potential. Look for my keynote, My Defining Moment, in the workshop, the Soulful Success University. This is Tiran Jackson. It's a pleasure to connect with you. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Hey, what's good, family? We are still going strong with day 4 of our iconic event where we're featuring authors and speakers on this day. And I love to celebrate and shout out fellow entrepreneurs who are doing the doggone thing. So let me shout out some folks who've already gone on stage, made their virtual presentation, but let me give them their flowers and acknowledge them for what they've shared with us thus far. I want to shout out Ryan C. Green, and what can we say about the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Dennis Kimbro, Nikki Smith, Joan Randall, Rena Cooper, Kern Cherry, Otis Bellinger, and many, many more who have gone forward to give you their story, give you their message, and to share strategies to help you to build and connect your brand with the people that you have been called to serve. Now, as we move into this next part, I just want to explain to you that it's about to get hot up in here, because we're going to have a panel discussion. and it is entitled Black Women Confidential. Now, I don't know what it's going to be about, but I suspect that there's going to be a whole lot of black girl magic involved with Black Women Confidential. My girl E.R. Spalding always keeps me guessing. She wouldn't tell me what it was or what it is, but if I were you, I would keep my eyes connected to BlackCEO's premier event, Black and Iconic. And as we move forward, make sure that you go over and get that virtual seat, that virtual ticket for our masterclass happening on day 6. Go to go to BlackCEOVIP.com. That's BlackCEOVIP.com. BlackCEOVIP.com. If I keep saying it, I know I'm gonna get it right. To broadcast this show out on your page, go to BlackCEOLive.com. To get yourself some swag and some merch, make sure that you go to BlackCEOT-shirts.com. BlackCEOT-shirts.com. And then finally, to make sure you connect with the speakers, you can go over to bizfreegifts.com. I can't impress upon you enough that the masterclass is must-see TV. I encourage you to go over to get your virtual tickets. And the way that you do that is BlackCEOVIP.com. It will tell you how to invest in your business and how to invest in yourself. All you got to do is type it in the search bar and hit enter.
Go to work. I am so excited. Yes, I'm an edutainer. My name is Nichelle Farrell, and I'm a serial author of 200 books and counting. Yes, it is so wonderful to motivate so many people. It's so many people that say they want to become an author. So with that in mind, yes, I can help you to become an author. With that, also note that an edutainer is an educator as well as an entertainer. So I help people help themselves. At the same time, I help to educate as many people as possible. I am a teacher of 22 years. Yes, I'm not a burnout teacher. Wow, I made it through, even through the pandemic. Yes, I'm still teaching online. That part right there. So you gotta love it. That's being an actress as well. And you can just only imagine how much fun I'm having bringing all the stories to life. Yes, that's what we need to do in the world. And the world is so vast, filled with so much negativity, unfortunately. And it is a few, not just a few, but it's so many people. But it seems like there's a little pond of people that are helping people to feel more great. And we need more people, so we're gonna reprobate. Just like this platform here to motivate, support, validate people as much as possible. So with that in mind, whatever state you live in, whatever department you work in, whatever your career is, please remember it is so instrumental to help as many people as possible to learn that whatever they learn, it will be with them for the rest of their lives, and no one can take it away from them. And it's so very important. It's imperative that we continue to share that upper first grade of upper elementary school, we call third grade in every state, is so instrumental to the world, because that is the platform when children are now reading to learn. And with reading to learn, that covers so much. Even getting ready to drive a car so when they become a teenager. Oh my goodness. And all the different careers that's out there. And even to do math, fill out contracts, they have to read. So to be able to read with expression, if we can plant those seeds as well while they're in third grade, it will be so beautiful that it will just grow with them. And they will receive it more so. And that takes me into writing. Of course, I told you I was I am a serial author. And I'm writing more and more workbooks, poems, motivational books. And soon, You will see some drama if you don't think this is already drama. Just to know that it is something about putting it into writing. So as much as we can empower people to know that their voice is so very important, if they could just really hone that and put it down on paper so that way it reverberates into the future. And you know we're going to talk about math, and it's very important to share as well that it's business. Money is not everything, as we've heard that cliche often, but it's something about when there's money involved, things seem to be a little bit easier. School loans don't seem like a problem. Different foods that help you look more healthier and fit so that it resonates in your physiological being, your thinking patterns, method of operations. So it's very important that we do share with as many people. Starting, we can go beyond third grade, and we can start before third grade as well. And the child is learning how to pick up things, to pick up the bottle. We need to incorporate math, the numbers, that foundation, so they feel solid. Yes, it's a state of urgency. Yes, it is. Just to think about that. Because you know what? Compound interest, it goes so fast. And you just never know how much interest on this loan, on that loan. What's going to happen when they become businesswomen and businessmen? What's going to happen when they don't feel secure? So we have to gain that sense of urgency. You got to be confident now and forevermore. With that, please note, yes, I'm an acting coach as well, but all of this is real. I'm in so many businesses, nonprofit organizations. I work with so many people, it's not even funny. I'm also a United Nations ambassador. I work with people in the community for photography, videography. You know, if you don't know, I actually do stand-up comedy in communities, in churches too. Community events, outside, inside. I'm over here on social media comedian online. Just to know, it's the vast amount of things that we can do. We have to empower more people to understand that there's more than one lane. And if you want to stay in one lane, like we've heard too, dig that sucker deep and wide and plant more seeds in that one lane and enrich it. Okay? So with that in mind, please help more people to thrive. That word, thrive, it's almost like the word success. Many people have different definitions of the word success. So with that, we want to streamline the situation with, first, let's do this. Create those vision boards. It's very, very instrumental to working with the future. Although we don't know the future, but we can work to help what's going to take place in the future. Just like we can create portals and platforms and organizations to do so many great things. And while we're on our way to do so many great things, we have to research. We have to take time to study, process information, relax, and understand, you know what? There is so much to do every day. Every iota of a minute is very precious. So as much as we continue to help shape this global mindset of many people, we have to remember, not so much everybody talks about, or quite often, balance. That's something to ponder as well. We might have to talk about that in a workshop. But just to know, when you have that energy and that sense of fervor and zeal to do what you're thinking about, and have it written down or designed on a wall that may become a vision board and later become a blueprint of a fantabulous, maybe production company. Just so you know, I'm also a producer, a director, a CEO of Journey to Stardom Productions. And I create videos using Final Cut Pro X, iMovie. I make iMovies at the gas station. It's so much fun to incorporate all these different flyers. I create flyers as well. It's really astronomical in my mindset because the brain is a muscle. And the more you work that muscle, the more it is strengthened to do other things. When we keep it in a capsule, as if you will, then it's stifled. But if we think of the fact that it oozes more and more information, and sometimes we're not sure how that impacts the future, how it impacts someone right then and there, like now. However, when you know that your heart is in the right place, when you know your drive, your will, your motivation, your dreams are coming true as you speak, you are operating in that will at that time, that it oozes out in the energy and the atmosphere where you are. People can even feel it reverberate through their ears, whether they're listening through iPods, earbuds, they can feel it, they can hear it, they see it because they're visualizing it then, there, now. So, going forward, it's so wonderful to picture a community called Go to Work. My brand is Go to Work. Imagine someone asks you, what would you do with $1 billion? Say, for instance, you win a lottery. Or someone goes ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to invest in you right now because you have a vision. Imagine creating your own city where there's schools, there's banks, there's grocery stores, there's places for people to have recreation, like parks and places to think and work out and work on a physiological mindset, what it is, their short-term memory, their long-term memory, be able to talk and draw, do art, play music, and so forth at the same time. Create future billionaires. So don't just stop at, oh, I have $1 billion and I'm going to create a go to work city, if you will. That why not think in the beginning about replicating? So the mantra of go to work is very much so that I've been helping so many people to go to work. It's spelled GODAWORK. Go to work. It's a mantra to stay on task, to focus on the objective, and recognize we don't have time for what may be awry. Focus on the goal, and the propensity shall propel to greater heights to do many great things and accomplish the present goal. So go to work. I do want to share the backstory really quick. I have been teaching, like I shared with you at the top, 22 years presently. It was children that were on task. And I would say, go to work, stay on task. And then it became long for me to say for 27 children to reread the objective, to remind them, or to say, look at the objective. So I would just say, go to work. And technically I was saying it lazily, go to work instead of go to work, get your work done, go to work. I was saying, go to work. And it became a mantra. They started making college pennants as if go to work is a university. It was very neat. So that's been going on for a very long time. And then I started doing radio. I'm also a radio host. And it became a go to work radio show. And so when shared with me the business of copywriting information, and there you go. And it just goes on and on and on. So I have a plethora of radio shows, plethora of web series shows, and working on movies and so much more. So that mantra, you can Google me, go to work. Of course, I have books that talk about go to work. One of the book series in my 200 books that's presently online is Go to Work for Smarties. Smarties is an acronym for Splendid Mathematical Actors Reigning Talented, Intellectual, Energetic Success. And with that in mind, please know it's a workbook. I wanted to inspire other people to write what they're envisioning as I ask them questions. There are prompts and there are actual lines in the book. So just like you see as a similarity to diaries, it's a workbook right then and there. And after you get done writing to respond to the prompts, turn that into your own book. And now you're a self-published author. So it's always future forward and a propensity to do so many great things. So outside of this edutainer, absolutely, I am a mother of 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters, and it is so much fun for them to just laugh at me. And it's okay to be laughed at, okay? And I'm a stand-up comedian, so that goes into that thread as well. So it's really phenomenal to actually have a audience, a ready-made audience as well too. But at the same time, we learn from each other. So I'm hoping, and every day I'm looking forward to more people saying, I learned this from you. I'm learning this from you. This impacted my life in such a way. And I've had so many of those stories because I've been that person that helped them with their first things, their first exposure radio, their first exposure. I'm also an acting coach. Their first exposure in a table read, their first exposure on set, and actually creating a movie and helping them to teach them how to create a movie, because I'm also an editor. I use Final Cut Pro X, as I was sharing with you, to help share all these different skills that I have with so many people. It is an honor, and it's definitely complimentary when I actually get a chance to go to some of the premieres of their shows and their listening parties, also my A&R music. I'm also an education director for the Universal Hip Hop Museum, where the first hip hop museum is being built in New York at this present time, and then we'll have our second museum built here in the state of California. So it's definitely an honor to work with legends and people that we're just like, wow, they go to the 7-Eleven too. Oh, they grew up in the same neighborhood also. I'm actually from Compton, California. And so you already know, based on media, that there's a plethora of stars and legends that are from the very rich city of Compton. So I'm hoping, and I'm very, very privy to the fact that there will be more legends, and they're operating as we speak. I have a YouTube channel that promotes future youth billionaires and more future adult billionaires. And they say, well, how can you promote billionaires if you're not one? Well, I'm a billionaire in my mind already. So with that, all the things that I've already accomplished, all the things I've already helped people with, that's where it's at. We have to get people to understand that when you stifle the fact that it's not in the present, that right there, that's why we have companies like dream catchers. We have people that have other organizations that's all about the possibility, and then it becomes a probability when you work at it. It's more likely when we say probability versus possibility. When we work at it every step of the way, every day you're thinking about it. Like they say, whatever you think, you become. Whatever you think about, what you work to produce, it shall come to pass. It continues. And definitely have to have God in everything. And I didn't purposefully put God and go to work. It was a suggestion due to the fact go to work was not available when I went to copyright the word. So that reminds me, I'm also an author, an artist of a new set of serious ABCs. So you look for me on social media everywhere. And if I forgot to share some information with you, one of the reasons is I'm hardly ever talking about myself. I'm always helping other people to go to work. All right, until next time, thank you for listening. Go to work. Parents, guardians, people that work with children, looking for ideas to help to shape and formulate and focus and provide more direction for children or adults, know that these are a few clubs that they can look at, these posters, these flyers, but they're instrumental. And yes, I created them. Yes, I have implemented them. So here is another form of helping to shape our future billionaires, our future writers, our future videographers, our future documentary producers, and so much more. Please have them take a look and help them to see that there is something that they can lean on, something that they can try, something that can keep their mind focused on, this is what I could do to help.
So, hope y'all ready. Power Word is ready, and we're gonna get this thing rocking and rolling. So, listen, I completely understand that there's some people out there right now where you feel like you're in a situation where, like, you can't stand the cards, right? The cards that life has dealt you, and that's the only thing that you're looking at, right? You're looking at the cards that life has dealt you. So I don't know if you're a poker player. I'm not much of one myself, but I know when someone said they got a royal flush, that's a good hand, right? Right? When someone says they got a full house, that's a good hand, right? I don't know if you played spades, right? If you played spades, then you know if you run a Boston on somebody, somebody had a good hand, right? Or if you ran wheels on somebody, you had a good hand, right? Now, some of you are thinking about life that way, right? That you just weren't dealt the best hand, so it's hard for you to win. You can't see a way, a possible way for you to actually win and come out victorious in this thing. Like, you feel like they dealt you a hand where it's just not possible for you to get to wherever it is that you want to get to. You hear people saying it's okay to dream. You hear people saying it's okay to want more, right? To want more out of life, but you just don't see it because the only thing you're thinking about is the cards that you were dealt. And the way that you're thinking about it is like, yo, I might as well just fold. I might as well just fold because these cards that were dealt to me, these aren't the cards of a winner. These aren't the cards for victory. Listen, I'm here to tell you today that it doesn't matter what cards were dealt to you. It's the way that you play that hand. Listen, and nobody else can play the hand the way that you can play it. So what I need you to do is get focused, right? Just get focused on what cards were dealt for you and figure out how you can maneuver those cards in a way that's going to manifest some success for you, right? So listen, because that's where I was. I was in that situation for a long time. Listen, I was in special ed classes for 10 years, right? I spent 10 years in special ed classes. So I'm going to take you on this road, right? I'm going to take you on this journey of how I went from special ed to special guest, right? And it all started from me thinking that the cards that I was dealt weren't going to get me anywhere close to success. So I started thinking about my life like, yo, my mother and my father were drug dealers, right? My mother and my father, they were also heroin addicts, right? So how could, with these cards that were dealt, right? With these cards in my hand that I was dealt, how could I possibly be successful? How could I possibly get to the dreams and the goals and aspirations, all the things that I might possibly want from my life when I don't see that it's even possible? I don't see it around me. It's not in my vicinity. So how can I get to it, right? But you got to understand, I started thinking to myself like, okay, I understand that I'm in this situation and things aren't looking great for me and my family, but I got to figure out a way to make this thing work because nobody else is going to do the work for me. Nobody else is going to give me success. Listen, that's the thing that most people don't understand. You earn success, right? No one just hands that to you. No one just gives that to you. You have to earn that thing. So I need you to understand that whatever it is that you want to do, the dreams that you have, is not too far-fetched, right? It's not something that you can't have, right? Like, if anything, you're probably not dreaming big enough. But what I'm telling you is you can have it, but you have to change your mindset. You have to change the way that you think about it. So I remember, listen, I'll break it all the way down for you. Listen, I remember, just walk with me on this journey real quick. I just want you to see it. I remember sitting in my very first IEP class, sitting at that table, and the counselors and my mom were in there, and they were telling me, Brad, we're going to put you in special ed classes. And I kept thinking to myself, man, the words kept popping into my head. I'm not special. I'm not special. I'm not special. I'm not special. I kept saying it to myself over and over and over again because they took something, a word, right, that was so powerful and they made it into something that was negative. And for years, I believed that I wasn't special. I couldn't stand the word. I remember sitting at that table with my head down, and they kept saying over and over to me, Brad, you're special. You're special. It's okay. Special ed classes aren't a bad thing, Brad. Everything's going to be okay. And they broke out the dictionary and they flipped it over to the word special and they read the definition of it. And I said, I understand that. I understand what the word special means in the dictionary, but that's not what you mean when you're talking about me. Right? You're telling me that I'm special ed, that something's wrong with me, that I'm remedial, I'm retarded, I'm stupid, I'm dumb. All these words that I hear people saying about people that are in special ed classes, that's what you think about me. And I couldn't even lift my head. The entire time I just kept my head down. There was a pool of tears on the table. I just couldn't lift my head up. I couldn't look my mother in the face. I didn't want anybody to believe that I was a special ed student, that something was wrong with me. It wasn't so much that I was in special ed classes. It was just that I didn't want anyone to think that something was wrong with me. I just wanted to be normal. I just wanted to be at the standard, right? That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be at the standard. I just wanted to be like everybody else. The cards that were dealt for me, I said, you can't be serious. I said it to God before, like, God, come on, you can't be seriously. Like, these are the cards that you dealt for me, special ed classes. Like, I was living in poverty when I was in Jersey City, like in the hood, bullets flying, people getting robbed, like stealing and like corruption, all this craziness going on around me. And then I get moved to the suburbs and I get thrown into special ed classes. What kind of cards are you dealing me? Like, what kind of life is this that I'm supposed to have? What kind of future is there for me? Listen, you got to understand that you can do something very simple in that situation. Listen, you can take your pain and use that pain to fuel your passion, which will ultimately lead you to your purpose in life. Listen, I took all the things that were going wrong with me and I said, I'm gonna repurpose this thing and I'm gonna put it towards something that's gonna allow me to be greater. I took all the anger and all the pain that I had inside and I put it towards sports, right? I put it toward that drive I had in my mind where they kept telling me, Brad, you in special ed classes, so you can't go to college. You in special ed classes, so you can't play college football, right? You can't succeed. There's no way you're going to be able to do it. You got to do something else with your life. And I said, nah. Because if my mother and my father were able to beat a heroin addiction, then I can beat the school system. I can beat the school system. So I said, I'm going to figure out a way to make this thing work. So I started pushing and working harder and harder, studying more and more. And I graduated from high school. 10 years I was in that special ed system. That's the definition of staying the course, right? Focusing on the process and not the reward. Because I so badly wanted to get out of those special ed classes, but I couldn't. But it didn't stop me from continuing to do the work. And when I got out of high school, when I graduated, I made a decision that I was still going to go off to college, even though they told me that I couldn't. I started off with Mercer County Community College. And then from there, I went to Kane University and I walked onto the football team. I played ball there, won a championship. Like the only thing that was on my mind was that I understood what the world thought of me, what people thought of me, right? What they thought my limitations were. I understand that they were easily able to see the cards that were dealt for me, but it was still up to me to play them the way that I wanted to. So I made that decision that I was going to be successful no matter what. And I went off and I got my 2 degrees. And I realized I had a gift for speaking, so I kept moving. I said, okay, now I'm moving in purpose now, okay? We passed the pain. We passed the pain. I'm moving in purpose now. So listen, what I want to give you real quick, is my ABCs for success, right? My ABCs for success. Simple. I'm taking you all the way back to kindergarten. ABCs for success. Listen, A, say it with me. A, right? A stands for awareness. Listen, you have to understand where you're at and where you're trying to go. Awareness is everything. Awareness is key. You have to be aware of your shortcomings. You have to be aware of your strengths and your limitations. I knew that I was good at speaking. I knew I was a good orator, right? But I knew I had issues when it came to data-driven things and processes and being strategic about certain things. So I said, okay, I'm going to get help in those areas. I'll get a tutor. I'll get somebody to help me. That was the main thing. You got to be aware. What are the things that you're lacking? What are the things that you're strong in? Hold on to those things and get focused. Okay, so when me switching over to B, say B, right? B is begin. I just need you to get started. So there's so many people in this world, they are so talented, so gifted, but they'll never get started. They never start the work. They never start the process itself. So I can guarantee you, listen, it's 100% chance that you're going to fail because you never even started. You never even tried. Okay, listen. C, our last one, C, consistency. Listen, you got to be consistent with that thing that you want. One thing, listen, I learned this a long time ago. Somebody told me, so I'm going to give this to y'all. Listen, if you are persistent, you'll get it. But if you're consistent, you'll keep it. Oh, come on. Listen to me. If you are persistent, you'll get it. But if you're consistent, you'll keep it. If you are persistent, you can get the money. You can get the car. You can get the clothes. You can get the job. You can get the promotion. You can have the family, right? You can get the wife. You can get the husband. You can get all these things in the world. You can get opportunities if you're persistent. But if you are consistent, that is the thing that will allow you to keep it. Listen, I can get married, but can I stay married? Can I avoid divorce? Right? Like I can go off to college, but can I graduate? Listen, I can get money, but can I keep it? Can I keep it flowing? I can build a team, but can I keep them? Listen, I'm telling you right now, those are the ABCs for success. If you take that and apply it to anything that you want, any of your dreams, any of your desires, I promise you, you'll get to wherever it is that you want to get to in life. Now, listen, before I get out of here, I just want to give you a story that I heard. I heard this story a long time ago, and I just want to share it with you, right? You might have heard it before, so if you heard it, don't mess it up for nobody, all right? So let me just give you this story real quick. And there was a guy, man. He had everything. He had the cars, the clothes, the house, the money, the family. He had everything. And one day things went wrong. He lost everything, right? And he tried to get it together, but it just wasn't working. He got depressed and he started giving up on himself and he couldn't do it no more. And then what ended up happening was his wife said, I can't do this with you. You're not the man that I married. I can't do this. I can't have my kids growing up around a man like this. If you're going to act like this, I can't do it. We got to go. So his wife left him. She took the kids, the cars, the house, the money. She took everything from him. And he found himself living underneath a bridge. He was stuck under there. He was depressed and he was like at wit's end. He didn't know what to do with himself. And then one of his friends found him. His friend found him. He said, yo, what you doing down here, man? He said, Len, I can't. Like, I'm at the end of my rope, man. Like, I've been contemplating suicide and everything, man. Like, my wife, she took everything from me. She said I wasn't the man that she married, so she left. He said, nah, I can't have this, man. I can't leave you like this. You've been my friend for years. Listen, I know about a guy, right? I know about this coach, right? A mentor who can help you. He's helped thousands of people before. He can do the same thing for you. He said, I'm gonna take you over to him so you can meet him. He said, all right, let's go. Took him down there to meet him. He said, all right, you go inside. I'm gonna leave. He said, okay, I can handle it from here. He goes inside and he sees a guy sitting at a desk. He said, hey, listen, I heard that you are a coach or a mentor, and you can help me. You can help me to fix my life, right? I lost the cars, the clothes, the house, the money, my wife, my family. I lost everything, and I want to get it all back. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it if you just tell me how I can fix my life, how I can get everything back. And I heard that you're the man to do it. And the mentor, he looks at him, he says, I'm sorry that you came all this way down here, but I can't, like, I'm not the man that I can't do that for you. I can't fix those things. He said, what? I came all the way down here, you tell me you can't help me fix these issues that I have? He said, no, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do that. He said, man. He said, but listen, the person that can help you with all of those things, to help you to fix all those things, he is here. He's here. I can take you to meet him. He said, oh, you can take me to meet him. Like, oh, great. Like, can we go now? He said, absolutely, we can go now. He said, all right, let's go. Let's go. I got to meet him now. He said, all right, come on. So he takes him over to a door. He opens the door. It's pitch black. It's a staircase going downward. Pitch black in there. You can't see anything. He said, listen, the light at the top of the stairwell is very dim. So once we start walking down the stairs, you're not going to be able to see anything, but you just got to trust me. There's a light switch at the bottom. I'll turn it on when we get down there, but it's going to be really dark going down the steps. He said, okay, no problem, whatever. Let's go. So he grabs the guy by the arm. He said, I'm just going to grab your arm just so you don't trip or fall, or you don't get lost, nothing like that. Or don't get worried. Like, I'm still here with you. He said, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. No problem. Let's go. Whatever's going to get me there, then let's go. But you're sure he's down? He said, absolutely. He said, all right, let's go. They start going down the steps. And as they're going down the steps, the light it's dim, but it's enough for them to see, right? So the light is probably around his thigh area, right? And as they start going further and further down the staircase, the darkness starts to come higher and higher up to his waist, right? As they're going further and further down the long stairwell, it's getting darker and darker. Now the darkness is up by his chest and he's starting to get nervous. He's like, are you sure that the guy's down here? Because I don't see anything at all. And it's a really dark, like, I'm trusting you here, but like, come on, this is the first time I met you. He said, no, it's okay. Just trust me. He's down here. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. They go deeper and deeper into the stairwell, further and further down the steps. And by this time, the darkness is now above his head and he can't see anything. He can't even see his hands in front of his face. So now he's nervous. At the bottom of the stairwell, like, okay, we're at the bottom of the stairwell. Can you turn the lights on? He's like, yeah, I just have to walk over to the wall and hit the light switch and everything's going to be fine. He's like, okay, but this is it's taking you a while and I can't see anything down here. It's dark and I'm getting scared. First time I met you, like, can you please turn on the lights? He said, I'm going to turn on the lights. You got to hold on a second. I just got to get over to the stairwell and turn the lights on. He said, but you cannot turn around and go back up the steps. He said, what do you mean? No, you can't turn around and go back up the steps. You have to trust me. I need you to stay with me. I'm going to turn on the lights. I just got to get to the lights and turn it on for you. He said, okay, but I am nervous and I can't see anything around me at all. Like, you got to understand where I'm coming from. I get where you're coming from. Just calm down. I'm going to help you out here. The guy's down here and you'll be able to talk to him and all your problems will be solved. He said, all right, I'm trusting you. And he's like, okay, I'm getting nervous. I can't take it anymore. Like, I don't know you. And I've been through so much. I'm nervous. I got to go back up the steps. He grabs the guy by the arm and slings him back down the steps. He goes over, flies into a wall. When he gets to the wall, the lights come on. The mentor turns on the lights and now the room is illuminated. And the lights are so bright because he's been in darkness for a while. It takes him a little while to adjust to the light. He rubs his eyes. He opens them. He starts looking around. And he realizes that the four walls that are around him are mirrors. He said, you brought me all the way down here to look into some mirrors? You said you were going to help me to fix my life. You said you were going to help me get my wife, my family back, the money, the cars, the clothes. You said you were going to help me to get my success back. He said, well, you said that you wanted to meet the person that could help you to fix all the areas of your life. Well, if you want to do that, I need you to look in the mirror, because change is as close as your furthest mirror. So what I need you to understand is that he didn't need a guru. He didn't need a coach or mentor. All he needed was somebody to just let him know that everything that he needed was already inside of him. Every facet of your life that's going wrong, that you don't think is in the best shape, you can change it. You can fix it. You are the one who will be able to make your dreams become a reality. And listen to me, I want you to learn how to dream with your eyes wide open, because whatever it is that you desire, you can have it. Dream your dreams. I want you to just be that light at the end. No. You heard the saying, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? You hear that all the time, but I don't want you to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I want you to be the light at the end of the tunnel. Not just for you, but for somebody else who needs it. You see that mentor? He was the light at the end of the tunnel for that guy. He just needed a push in the right direction. And I'm telling you right now, all you need is just a push in the right direction. So here it is. And right now, I need you to go out and make your dreams become a reality. Live life. Make it happen. And those dreams that you are experiencing, those are meant for you and only you. Only you can do it. Only you can make those dreams become a reality. It won't look the same. It won't be the same if somebody else does it. There's a legacy that you're supposed to create, and I need you to do it. There are people in this world that are depending on you. You have a legacy to leave behind. And I'm waiting for you to live it. Listen, my name is Brad B. Rad Butler II, and I encourage every last one of you to make your next day your best day. Peace. I'll see you guys.
Hey, Black CEOs, what's up? Welcome. I am super excited to be here with you all today. I am Brittany Holmes Jackson, a two-time National Essence Magazine bestselling author and a literary legacy coach. Basically, I'm your writing coach that helps you build your literary brand, and I'm excited to be here because I get to help you find your story today. I'm all about helping others share their stories and why it is necessary for your book to have a brand. So we're going to kick this off with understanding why it's important to tell your story so that your work never dies. $2,854,838. When you see this number, what do you immediately think of? It could be money. Maybe we popping up with over 6 figures in our business. Maybe this is over 6 figures in units sold. Or maybe it's how many people died in 2019. Because unfortunately, but not surprisingly, in 2020, this number raised to an estimate of over 3 million great minds, compassionate hearts, and potential legacy builders losing their lives. So if you were to die today, what would be your legacy? How would people remember you? How would they define your impact on the world? Who would tell your story? Or better yet, who will remember your work? I often reflect on how intentionally I am being with my life and wonder what it would look like for someone who works as hard as I do to suddenly pass and people only mourn for a moment before forgetting my name or my work. But this goes beyond the cryptic concept of death. It's about the beauty of increased impact and reach beyond what naturally time allows. I'm reminded of a popular influencer who was among those almost 3 million people who passed away last year. Her death affected so many, but her life impacted many more. Almost a year post-mortem, people are still reading her work because she chose to immortalize herself and her brand. This is why your brand needs a book. Let's dig a little bit deeper and discover more. The first thing is a book automatically increases your visibility. It literally takes Google Me, baby, to a whole nother level. It takes your brand beyond social media, which could die at any point now, and positions you for a larger stage and strong, longer lasting reach. People may never meet you or follow you on Instagram or Facebook or even YouTube, but they may more than likely be influenced by your work through the exposure your book will give you, especially if you implement the right strategies for a book launch. A book also positions you as an expert in your field, in your niche, for your target audience. Your knowledge and expertise is invaluable. Sharing it in literary form gives you a leg up on the competition and places you in spaces of credibility. Imagine being in finance and your name is running alongside the likes of David Ramsey or Suze Orman because you have yet to publish your expertise, you've yet to reach the milestone or achievement that lies in front of you. And it is limiting your reach. It is limiting your reach. It also amps up your sales funnel. Let's talk about it. Somebody is in your Shopify buying a digital product, buying a physical product, and as they go to the cart, nothing pops up for them to also purchase your book, amping up your sale. When your clients are at checkout, the upsell of a book simply adds value to what you've already given them. Having your ideal client purchase your course or a one-on-one consultation only to be able to add value to your service by offering them a tangible resource they can use and revisit over and over to constantly get those gems. It's not simply a sales funnel at that point. It's a game changer. And it turns that one client into a walking billboard, resulting in continuous investment. Here's my favorite. It immortalizes your genius. This is it right here for me, for everybody who's listening. Because again, I ask you, what happens when you die? While it's a harsh reality, it became a reality for so many last year and so many more to come. What happens if your work has not been written down? You heard the stats. Way too many people are dying daily and leaving little to nothing behind. And we're not talking about just money here. It's more than money. It's about the innate genius, the innate gifts that God has placed in you. Why not ensure your work is written? Biography, memoir, devotional, a business blueprint, whatever it is, however you choose, get your legacy on paper. Cool. Okay, Brittany, I hear you. It sounds good. How do I do this? Where do I start? I don't know nothing about writing, nothing. So I can't give you all the steps tonight, but I want you to think about GMO. GMO stands for what I believe will truly break you out of that mindset you just came at me with, so you can push forward and build your legacy and your brand with your book. The first part is G. Get out of your own way. Just as you have pushed beyond the barriers that hindered your initial business success or life transformation, you have to do the same here. Many believe that they can't share their story, maybe because it's too emotional, it's triggering, or it's just too much to write. You got other stuff to do, and that's understandable. However, the best brand builders are the best storytellers who unapologetically and unashamedly share their life's journey with the world in order to get us to buy in to what they are offering. M stands for map out your transformation. Anytime you experience transformation, you should write it down, because then you can teach someone else. Begin to write out how you do everything pertaining to your life or your business. How did you make your first 6 figures? What steps did you take to go from minimum wage to maximum goals in your business? How did you allow your test to transform you into a living testimony? If you can outline these actionable steps, they can be transferred to assist in someone else's transformation for years and years to come. And then O is outline your bestseller. That map that you just created is the guiding outline for your book. Every stage of your developmental process is a chapter that outlines the problems you encountered and the solutions you developed. Every trial you faced plays the part of positioning yourself to be relatable to your reader. And then every lesson learned is a strategy, a whole strategy that can be applied before encouraging your readers to reflect on how they can too apply it to their own lives. GMO. Get out of your way, map out your transition, and outline your bestseller, because above all else, the impact will be priceless. You'll be leaving your mark for the world, but also for the lives of those who are specifically tied to your obedience. I ain't gonna preach, but just let that marinate. Expanding your reach beyond social media and what the algorithm allows. You determine who gets your book. You determine how you reach your audience, not social media. You gain credibility in your respective field. How awesome would it be to say, hi, my name is Brittany Jackson, your literary coach, and here is a book that can guide you to writing your next bestseller. A, accumulating wealth, not just in finances. It's not always all about the money, even though we love to rack it up, but in your life overall, because of how significant your story will be for those who it reaches. See, celebration of the lives changed. I am all about impacting. That's why I'm here today, to impact you into walking into transformative purpose by writing your own book. You can celebrate the lives of those who know you would have never come into contact with had you not written that book. And then celebrate you. You fearlessly, unapologetically, unashamedly making a lasting imprint that not even death can erase. Your legacy, your brand, your book, your legacy. Let's write it, y'all. Thank you.
Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to BlackCEO National Conference 2021. And the theme for this year is Iconic. My name is E.R. Spalding, and I am the founder of Black Woman Startup, and I am here to be the moderator for a fantastic, well, let me switch that a little bit, an iconic panel discussion with some amazing women around Black Woman Confidential, Secrets of a Black Woman on the Rise. You heard that right. We're going to be spilling the beans, opening up the can of worms, Pandora's box, if you will, and we're going to be talking about some of the things that can only be found in the sacred spaces of sister circles around the world. Black women have been doing this since the beginning of time, and we're getting ready to have a resurgence where we have the critical conversations that help to push the needle forward, having the critical conversations to allow ourselves to be seen, to be heard. We're taking our voices off mute and we're doing it here live for you today. So I want you to sit back, relax, and begin to really absorb yourself as you immerse yourself into this sacred space with these phenomenal women. Each one of them are going to come up and tell you a little bit about who they are and what they do so that you can get to know them a little bit better. And then we'll dive into today's conversation. So without any further delay, we're just going to go ahead and have this round robin. And Monica Williams, I'm going to call you for first, right? It's always good to be the first. So Monica, come on up and let us know who you are, where you're from, and a little bit about what you do.
Hi, everyone. I am glad to be here amongst these amazing women, first of all, who look beautiful. I am a Maryland girl living in an Arizona world. I currently am in Arizona, but I am from Maryland through and through. And so I always want to say that I am an advocate, change maker, mom of a beautiful teenager named Bria, a breast cancer survivor, and just glad to be here.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Monica. We are here with you. And I hope you heard her say that she is a breast cancer survivor. So I'm sure she'll have lots to share with us about secrets of a Black woman on the rise. Angela Clark, you're up next.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Angela Clark. I am a licensed psychotherapist and psychologist. And I'm going to follow Monica's lead. I am a West Virginia country girl with a city vibe. I am currently in New Jersey, and I have traveled my way up the East Coast from West Virginia, and currently I'm in private practice. So I'm the owner and CEO of Clark Associates, which is an outpatient mental health practice. And my primary niche, the women that I treat and that I have such a passion for helping to join them on their healing journey, are Black and brown women who have not had a place, a safe space to talk about those things that they have been living with for many years that they are ready to overcome. And I thank you so much for having me be a part of your panel today.
Well, Dr. Angela Clark, thank you so much for being here. And we know that mental health, all of our sanity, is so vitally important. Tawana Taylor, come on down.
Hello, hello. It's so exciting to be here among you all. You all look amazing. I am truly a Southern girl at heart. I'm a daughter of the U.S. Army, and so the world has always been a rainbow for me. You know, even in the midst of everything that's happening, to be with you all and to see all of this natural beauty is just amazing. I'm so excited. I am entrepreneur that helps other multi-passionate entrepreneurs take action, get laser focused on their extraordinary profitable ideas, break up with overwhelm, and use processes and systems to achieve desired results. And that end part, desired results, is so important because often we get excited, we take that leap and launch and then have to go back and level set and start over, right? And so using project management over 15 years of small business and state government experiences as a certified project management professional now pours into full-time entrepreneurship and helping women not suffer in silence, but to live in their authentic nature and do their business and do it well.
Well, thank you so much. You need to come on over to my neck of the world woods because I'm PMP certified too. So I get it. Processes and systems, we love it. So Miami Night, we are with you. Tell us who you are and where you are from.
Hello, ladies. My name is Miami Knight, and I am I'm originally from Florida, but I'm currently living in Atlanta, Georgia. And I am a grief educator and trainer. I work with some amazing women, success driven women that are ready and have decided that they are going to start facing those obstacles and those things that they lay awake at night. You know, we look good on paper and we can look good on social media, but at night we're thinking about those unforeseen things that people don't know about us. And so I help people move through the grieving process, learning that it is a process that has to happen in order for us to move forward. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Plenty of nights where I've cried on the pillow, right? And that soaks up all of my tears. And grief is something that we must go through, but not enough people know how to get through it in a very healthy state. So thank you so much for being here, Miami. Elizabeth Hope Brown, we are coming over to you next.
Hello, I am so excited and echo the sentiments of everyone here. The joy, the beauty, the calling, the passions that everyone have about their individual endeavors. I am Elizabeth Hope Brown. I am a mother, first of all. Behind me, you can see my wall of fame, very proud mom. I am a social worker, over 25 plus years of public service work. I'm currently with the local housing authority as a director of tenant services, but I'm also the founder of EST 1441 collaborative with my daughter. I started a 7-book series. The first book is And on the Seventh Day She Rests. Pretty much every genre that everyone has already spoken of, we give a voice to the voiceless. We talk about mental health, wellness, self-care, domestic violence, suicidal ideation. I mean, topics that in our culture and community that we need to normalize and give a voice to and stop shunning it under the rug. I've worked in psychiatry and behavior health. I've been an avid member of churches over the years, but a lot of things that are still not being discussed, we need a new platform. So through my writing, through these type of panels, we're giving those voices, we're giving those opportunities in a safe zone on a platform that they can discuss it. And then it's a gateway to referring to other clinical issues that they need to start talking about. So happy to be here and just glad to be in the presence of all these wonderful women.
And thank you so much for being here because you're absolutely right. There are a lot of places that for African Americans, we have been afraid or not even allowed to allow ourselves to go into and to begin to have those critical conversations. And this is why we are here today with Black Woman Confidential. All right, Troika Jackson Grillo, we are over with you.
Okay, so I'm from the country. Y'all can tell. Y'all can tell as soon as I start talking. I'm from Georgia, but I live in California. So that's a big transition. I've been living here for about 20 years. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist. I had a solo practice that because of the pandemic had to transition to a group practice. Not only because I realized I wasn't looking far ahead enough. I was looking for myself. And Black therapists are unicorns. It's only like 2% of us. So there weren't enough safe spaces for them. So now I'm having to take the leap and I became the CEO of Califia Promise Therapy. And Califia, I always say Califia, but it's Califia. Califia is the mystical Black warrior princess. And so the state of California was named after her. And I thought all of this was in my purpose. How did I get all the way from Georgia to here? I had to experience all those things. And I thought I need to help my sisters on a bigger platform. I was doing one at a time. And I still wasn't, I thought my purpose was done. But now when I get to come on this platform and hear these wonderful women and look at these beautiful women, I'm like, okay, now I'm not the smartest person in the room anymore. If you're the smartest person in the room, you need to get out of the room and go somewhere else. I'm not the smartest person in the room anymore. So I'm excited to grow and to share all that I know. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. And at BlackCEO, we have a saying that has become our mantra, and it was brought to us by Dr. George C. Frazier, and we have kind of adopted it. And we say 1 + 1, when you cooperate, 1 + 1 = 2. But when you collaborate,
1 and 1 equals 11. So hashtag 11. We are all here today in this place to collaborate. And I believe over at Black Woman Startup that it is really the amplifier effect, right? Just as Troika was mentioning, she was like, you know what? I recognized that I was doing something incorrectly. And what I was doing incorrectly is that I was out there being that, Black woman unicorn, right? In psychotherapy, when really what I should have been doing all along is finding the tribe of other Black unicorns that were out there. And she just met them in Dr. Angela Clack, Tawana Taylor, Miami Knight, Monica Williams, and Elizabeth Hope Brown, right? Finding the connection points so that we can begin to collaborate. Because when we begin to do that, it begins to amplify our voices. I say this all the time. One of the things that I love about when we are watching the BET Awards is when they really get down to kind of elevating that icon, right? So when they had, we are getting ready to do a tribute to the fantastic Shaka Khan, what happened? They didn't just bring, Whitney Houston to the stage. They didn't just bring Monica to the stage. They began to bring all of these individuals to pay tribute to this woman. Well, I've been to all of those concerts, one off here, a Fantasia concert over there. But when you put all of that Black excellence in the room, it just begins to amplify the message, right? And it's like, oh, this is a Holy Ghost experience that's happening up in here. And you cannot get this jam session anyway. So it pays to be in the room. And so this is why this conversation is so critical tonight. Black Woman Confidential. Because what happens is that in our careers, in our lives, in our entrepreneurial endeavors, we find ourselves flying solo in many spaces. We find that we are the only Black woman in the room. We find that we are the only woman in the room. We find that we are the only one with kinky, coily, twisty hair and expressions and food and traditions in the room. And as a result of that, and especially by the number of individuals who we see on this panel tonight, that there have been some issues that have developed over the years because we have not allowed ourselves to be surrounded in the tribes, in the circle, in community with other individuals who look like us, who sound like us, who experience like us. So the question that I am going to put forth, and I'm going to start with you, Troika, right? Because this is like a very, very recent revelation for you. So what have been some of the sister circles that you have found yourself a part of that began to open up your awareness that there was a need for something more, right? So that you didn't feel and have that isolation that you had created in your world?
Okay, so even being here, I mentioned that I was from Georgia, and then I even lived in Virginia for 10 years. But you can't take Georgia out of people; it's just in there. And so I think I scared a lot of my sisters here when I first came because Georgia, we talk to everybody. And so I came, and I was looking for them because we only make up about 5% of the population in this state. So I was excited to see them. And so my first experience was I was rejected because I was way too country. I don't know, too friendly, was walking up to them. So what I learned to do was I had to learn, to wait. And I was like, I'm a hugger. Is it okay if I hug you? Or I would say, is it okay if I say sis? Because back east, that wasn't a thing. That wasn't a question I needed to ask. So it was learning to be aware of my surroundings and to honor the way they were brought up. Eventually, though, it whittled down to, they kind of make it really difficult for Black therapists, especially female. And so I started out with 8 people, and I'm going to try my best not to tear up. There are 3 of us left. And so they whittled it down to it's 3 of us. So the 3 of us meet every 3rd Sunday via Zoom. And we just have conversations. We all work in 3 different, agencies. I have my own, but they work in agencies. And I hear their grief about not having enough safe space. And that's what pushed me for the group. So they're my cheerleaders. The problem is they are a lot younger. And so when I'm trying to explain the 11 that you're talking about, it's difficult to get that message across. I call them oasis because they're my oasis from when I'm gonna. But I was telling them about this platform, and I told them about the dates. I hope they go every day, so they can see more Black women. They need to see more Black women in positions of power. That is one thing that they don't see. So they do think that it's cutthroat. They treasure. I think they treasure our circle, but I do believe that that this is our time. And the reason I say that this is our time is because Black women are the most influential demographic in this world, not just this country, in this world. That is my belief. We are also the most educated demographic in the United States of America. And if we don't use this leverage while we have it to create these circles, there's a new circle on, I think, Facebook. And this girl found me from my immediate circle. She named her circle the Soul Sisters Circle, I think it is. And it is for therapists and mental health professionals to come and find a safe space. So I think that if once they see, I can't wait for this conference to come out. I've just been advertising and telling everybody I know. Telling everybody, because I think once they see it, it's just a matter of the younger Black women, oh, they got the energy and they have the confidence. The older Black women, we have the wisdom. We do that 11, there's no stopping it. There's no stopping that circle.
Thank you so much, Troika. Dr. Angela, I'm going to kind of lob that same question over to you and expound on it a little bit. One, do you have a sister circle where, as Troika mentioned, there is a generational gap where this wisdom is being passed down, and also the youthfulness is being pushed up, right? Because I believe in any place that you go, there should be reciprocity and generosity, right? We are all giving and receiving at the same time. So have you found a space like that for yourself? And what has it meant for you when we talk about sisters being on the rise?
So I think I have a broad range of relationships, from our younger generation to women that are my senior or even my mom's age, the wisdom of people who are in their 70s and 80s. I have that kind of network in terms of women that I've met along my journey. And that means some of these women have nothing to do with the field of mental health, but we've come together across disciplines and we've shown up in some of the same kind of meeting places. And from that, we found out that we could vibe with each other and that we could trust each other and that we could build an alliance together. And then some of the younger people that I've developed a relationship were from mentoring relationships. I definitely value mentoring relationships. And that's where I think I found my most value with younger women. And not necessarily all the way to like adolescence, but I'm talking like my 18, my 22-year-olds, and my 25-year-olds, because I have a niece in that age. And so I do a lot of conversations with her as well. But I think broadly, I have connected with women in different circles. It's so necessary. And I have to say that I've never sought my circle more than I did beginning March 2020. When the pandemic hit and the isolation, because as therapists and the women on here who do this work and testify as well, this is a very isolating profession. It can be. We often work in a silo. So we have to intentionally seek outside support and saying, hey, it's been a rough month. It's been a rough week. How are you doing? That's when I have sought my sister circles out. And I've done virtual meetups, and same thing, coffee meetups, wine meetups, whatever your beverage of choice is. We've had those kind of meetups, and we do it consistently. We try to do it like once a month because we do miss the connection. We miss the touch. When we see each other, the hugs and the kind of coming together in terms of just being around one another, we miss that. And so the closest we can get to that right now has been virtually. So I do love that space. And so I think broadly, and just kind of recap, broadly the relationships for me. And when I talk about the older women, one of the things that I had to seek out older women for is when I got married. And now I've been married 16 years now, so this has been some time ago. But when I got married, I met a man who had children. And it was new for me because I didn't have children. But I said, oh, I'm a child psychologist. I love kids. I can work with kids. Well, it's different when they're not yours. And it's different when they still have their mothers in their life. So that was a journey. And I was looking for women who had already done this to give me some guidance around that. And those were my sister's friends. They also, and my sister is 20 years older than me. There's many of us in between, but there's my sister's 20 years old. And I had to connect with them because I didn't know how to do this. And so that's where those friendships started. And so I've still been connected with them since.
So Dr. Angela, I think you bring up a really, really fantastic point, and it'll be a great way for us to begin to segue. And that was, finding yourself in a place where you didn't have that. However, you had enough wherewithal to be intentional to seek it out. So, Tawana, the question that I have for you is, can you recall an event or an occurrence in your life where there was not that, wisdom, there was not someone who was turning around and saying, hey, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to be aware of, and you realized that there was a gap, but then you took action on that and sought out individuals to support you in a very specific way. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. And thank you for even that angle. For me, it's always been in the area of financial, awareness. My mother is the 7th of 9. My father is the 10th of 10. And they absolutely raised my brother and I with this motto: 1 is enough, 2 is plenty, and 3 is way too many. That was their belief about children, right? And when I tell you, that thing, they planted a seed that resonated with me so deeply. Till this day, I have one and I don't yearn for more. I don't know what the divine is going to do for me. Her father and I are divorced now, but I say that because I'm like, for me, motherhood, parenting, particularly as a professional, particularly as an entrepreneur, is not something that I'm like, oh, yay, more kids. I'm like, no, I got things to do. And there are only a few people that I entrust, right, with my child. And how that portrays into financially is a lot of times you lack the time and you lack the ability to just move how you want to move because you can't acquire either the help that you need or you can't acquire the resources that you need financially. And so one of the things that really comes to mind is learning. I remember, I don't probably look a day over 20, but I'm closer to 40 than you would think. And I remember coming out of college and being like, why didn't we buy a property? Why didn't we buy a property? Why did we pay for campus housing for 4.5 years? Why did we, like, all that money, that house and another house and another house could have paid my way through college or could have paid my after college education, just all kinds of things. And so it's like when it comes to finances and particularly debt, the day